Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So, President Trump, a lot of people I see out there are saying that he started World War III. I disagree with that. I think that he prevented World War III because Iran was going to be used by the deep state, the globalist, as a nuclear, um, you know, control center and controlling the rest of the world. Of course, they were very close, I believe, and maybe even have, and we need to be aware of that, the possibility of doing nukes. So if you look at, just before we went to, combat action with uh, Iran and with the help of Israel, where are the other countries, right? Maybe Saudi Arabia, I think, is going to get involved because they get bombed. Where's NATO? Where's NATO? How long have we helped NATO? And England won't even let us use their bases. All right. So I think NATO is not long for the world. I think we should definitely pull out of NATO. But if you look at, the possibility of Iran, taking their enriched uranium, I guess you need about 60% to create a dirty bomb. They have probably stored that throughout Iran. And you're going to see bombing campaigns over the next several weeks that will possibly and probably, target the potential of those, dirty bomb areas. Could they be, formulating that right now? Of course, we know that there's very brilliant, evil people out there that are probably helping Iran, and some of those are being brought in by the deep state. All right, so we're on a roll right now, but you need to be heads up that the potential for these nuclear type situations. You guys know that I remote viewed and saw a nuke that was dropped from a very high speed, meaning very, very high tech aircraft and bombing Tel Aviv. So now a lot of people argue that there are no such things as nukes, that they were, it's just a scare tactic and so forth. Well, I trained on one as a Navy SEAL. It's called a backpack nuke. And from all intents and purposes, from what my training and the way we were going to insert with those, they were definitely tactical nukes, right? Whether it was like just some kind of and I mean, I could wear it on my back and, jump in with it, parachute in with it. So it is that, you can't do that with TNT and you can't do that with C4. And I don't know of any other bomb making material that would have that kind of effect unless it was some kind of a nuclear device. So regardless of whether people believe in nukes or not, it seems to be that they have been using some kind of significant accelerant for, blasting. All right. So could Iran drop one of those? We have to be aware of that's a possibility. So the bombing campaign will continue. So imagine if Iran, if we didn't have a President Trump and Iran had gotten to the point where they had a nuke, they would have controlled the entire Middle East and probably Europe as well. And possibly could have hit, places like Hawaii or maybe the West Coast or who knows. So they were definitely working on missile systems, and they were close to that. I think that their missile systems are being decimated now. I guess they had like, hundreds of thousands of missiles that they sent to their puppets in Hamas and also in Hezbollah. So they're puppets that have been pushing for 47 years. The Marine barracks in Beirut, that was Iranian. How many others? I mean, I agree with millions and probably maimed, many more than that. And it's absolute evil. Now I know that there was one bomb that supposedly hit a little girl's school, right? I've seen that. on the internet. Now, do you really think that America would have purposely bombed the little girl's school? No, that was probably a missile or a drone that was intercepted by some kind of missile or something, and it fell and hit the little girl's school. So, there's going to be those that are very anti-Trump, anti-America, that are going to have their rhetoric that is basically negative, and they're going to lean in there as hard as they can. That's unfortunate, but that happens in every war. Happened in World War I, happened in World War II, happened in the Civil War. All right, so it'll continue. You just have to keep your sights on, the bigger picture. The bigger picture is that, this deep state apparatus is being decimated. The deep state apparatus in Mexico, where the U.S. military, helped Mexico, take down. Because remember, it was a couple months ago that the people of Mexico demonstrated in massive numbers in Mexico City to get rid of the, crazy, people that are there, running their country, illegally, So these crime syndicates that are in Mexico and so forth, there was one that was being run by Maduro, right? So Maduro was extracted, and now Venezuela is going to be very, very wealthy going forward, and they're already working on that. There probably going to be a lot of people that will start to speak out about how successful Venezuela is being. China's not very happy about that because they were getting their oil for next to nothing. Now they're going to have to pay regular price, all right, that everybody else does. So that's going to hurt their industry, and that's also going to, as we're already seeing, a lot of the manufacturing that was in China is coming back to America. All right, America is going to be unbelievably great again. Made in America is going to come back again. It's going to be fantastic. So, China's not going to like that. And China has been doing all that it could, over the years, with the help of the British Empire, to send us drugs through almost every one of the last wars that we've been in, from Korea and Vietnam, and more recently Afghanistan. China was involved in all those, absolutely. And then we have the fentanyl. All the chemicals for fentanyl are still being made in China, right? So this is something that, we're going to have to deal with China at some point, but I think that's what's happening. Greenland, basically, starting to pressure China, going into Iran, starting to pressure China, and Venezuela pressuring China. So the tariffs pressuring China. Of course, we have, elements obviously within the Supreme Court that want to help China, because China has invaded our political and judicial system on a massive scale, right? So that has to be exposed, turned around, and so forth. Military tribunals are going to clean that up quite a bit. I had Juan O'Savin on my show yesterday morning, and he disclosed that they're basically building like 79 new rooms, or 97, 79, something like that. New rooms at Gitmo, 3 more. So he came on my show a couple of years ago, and he said that they built out 2 brand new court systems that could be the proceedings could be televised. And we know Derek Johnson was supposed to go down for that, and then they kind of pulled back on that. I get who knows why. Maybe it'll become clearer later, but they're building 3 more courtrooms for viewing. Wow, they can do 5 at a time. And I can tell you, I've been to military court systems, and they're very rapid, right? Within, you're there and out within an hour or 2, and, everything's settled. What's going to happen. So that's what's going to happen to a lot of these people. We would not, get, these people behind bars or something else for their treasonous actions. if they were to stand trial here in the United States. So I know a lot of people are like, why aren't we trying these people? Be patient. I think we're getting very, very close. And just like we've had Ian Trottier on our show a couple times now, he's talked about Brennan. So John Brennan is probably going to be one of the first arrests, because if you read, Ian's book, basically outlines they got all the information right there for his arrest to start, and they have probable cause and everything else. All we need now is someone with the cojones and the backing to start that criminal investigation, and then do the probable cause and do an arrest, and then have him go through some kind of court system. I think military tribunal, because otherwise there's going to be the delaying tactics, and it's like, we need to find out, we need a discovery, and just keep pushing this for year after year after year, and then somebody comes along and just throws it out. Right? We can't have that going forward, guys. We have to have military tribunals. It's a given. We've talked about it for a long time. They're coming. So they're coming probably within the next couple months, 2-3 months. So Brennan, when he does get arrested, he's not going to get bail. He will not get bail, right? And we'll see what happens. We're going to see how that works, and that'll be the precedent for how the rest of them are going to be arrested. Now, a lot of people want to see Hillary Clinton and Obama and all these other people arrested in its right time, right? Because there's going to be a lot of pushback, like we're seeing with knuckleheads right now with the Iran conflict, right? It's not a war, it's a conflict, basically exterminating the deep state potential that would have pushed us into a World War III, right? So that's all happening, and it's happening at a very, very good clip. Now another thing that's happening as President Trump comes in and takes down this Iranian horrific system that's over there, I can tell you, I spent a lot of time, guys, overseas, at least 35, not 35, but 30 years overseas in the Middle East, right? On and off, Far East and then the Middle East in my early career. It was very obvious that Iran was fomenting a lot, if not most, of the problems over there. So by eliminating Iran, you're going to see incredible peace and prosperity throughout the Middle East, and they really need it. And then we can take our Islamists that are here in the United States that hate America and want to turn us into an Islamist state, and we can ship them over there, so they can get along over there all they want and do what they want to do, but they ain't going to do it here in America. Because I tell you, I've been over there for 3 decades. And it's not good. It's not good that they're here in America, guys. The enemy is absolutely within. We've been warned. I've been warning for years. A lot of us in this truth community complex that is far more advanced and gives you truth and good information rather than the corrupted, mainstream, lamestream media. We're helping everybody, move to the right consciousness levels and, understand, what we're really up against, so that we can work together and overcome this. So Cuba. So we'll see Cuba soon be gone. And what's going to happen? So the Iranians that are here in America, a lot of them are Democrat, are leaving the Democrat. And I've said this for a long time, Democrat, political system is going to go away, right? So you're seeing people flee, even here in America, from the Democrat system. And you're seeing Iranians now fleeing from the Democrat system. When you see Cuba basically restored to, its rightful place in, the world stage, instead of being used by the CIA and cartels as a drug laundering mechanism to shuttle drugs and so forth into America. Again, just like we're seeing from Venezuela and Mexico, all the cartels and so forth. So you're going to see Cuban Americans are going to turn away from the Democrat Party. They're already doing it, but they're going to turn away in a massive numbers, right? So you're going to see, just like we saw in the last election, where massive numbers of the Black community and also the Hispanic community are turning away from the Democrat. They're starting to see, after decades and decades of control and negativity and never keeping their promises, people are just finally starting to leave it, all right, because they're seeing somebody does have good results and does keep their promises, which is President Trump. Now, also in the Hispanic community, you're going to see, when the cartels are taking down in Mexico, you're going to see the Hispanic community leave Democrat Party on a massive scale as well. So it's almost like we don't need an executive order to have free and fair elections, although I think we're going to have to. But it's almost at that point where it's not going to be needed, because there won't be anybody that's Democrat anymore. Of course, there will be. Some people are going to be with the Democrat Party regardless of what kind of how much we articulate how it's evil and it doesn't perform. You can look at all of the different cities where Democrats have been for decades, and those are just completely destroyed cities. That should be enough evidence for everyone to go, yeah, maybe they're not so good, right? And maybe because they're always trying to push this race issue, and it's like, I don't really see it. We didn't really have it until they started pushing it again over the last when Obama came back in office. We didn't have it. No one. It was like done. It's like when I was growing up, it was pretty much done. And then over the next decades or so, it was like it was just nothing. All right. And of course, there's always going to be some of that somewhere. I've seen it against me. So, from, other groups. So it's always going to be there. And you think that, you're above that. It's not, it's never, I say never. I think at some point, we're all going to get along, right? We're all going to get along. And it's anyone that tries to pressure us into believing something else, they're false, it's a false narrative. So you got to just, pull away from that and look for the people that are actually doing the good stuff. All right. So speaking of someone that's doing the good stuff, let's listen to Dr. Steve Turley. He talks about this issue as well, does a very good job of it, and we'll see what he comes up with.
Something astonishing is happening. As the Iranian regime topples in Tehran, the Democrat Party is on the verge of collapse here at home. A Democrat civil war is breaking out, one that promises to shatter an already fractured party. You're about to see one of those fractures, and the shock on the face of the CNN anchor tells you everything you need to know. Hey gang, it's me, Dr. Steve, your Patriot Professor, here to help you make sense of this absolutely extraordinary historical moment we're in, with breaking news and analysis you're not going to get anywhere else. So make sure to smack that bell and subscribe button. Things are going from bad to worse for the Democrats. As we've talked about many times on this channel before, the Democrats have been experiencing their worst voter registration numbers ever. In all 30 states that track voter registration by party, the Democrats have been hemorrhaging voters in every single one of those 30 states. But now, with the crushing of the Iranian regime, now Iranian American Democrats are beginning to bail on the party as well. Watch Moj Madara, a self-avowed loyal Democrat. This is actually Gwyneth Paltrow's business partner, but she absolutely torches her Democrat Party on none other than CNN.
I think that it is imperative the Democratic Party wake up and get past their dislike of Donald Trump, the President Trump, and their feelings of international conflicts going on. This is about national security. This is about what is possible in the Middle East. This is about being a good neighbor, good partner to the Gulf states and what their aspirations are. This is about supporting the people of Venezuela. This is about dismembering our relationship with, or not dismembering, but resetting our relationship with China. Right now, 55% of the oil production that Iran produces goes to China despite sanctions. You want to support the people of Ukraine. You want to end that war. You have to. There is no getting around dismembering this Islamic Republic. It is non-negotiable. It is not a want to have. It is a have to have. And it's not just for the Iranian people. I think you have to trust the Iranian people. We know this government better than anyone else. When you dismember and decapitate this regime, you are going to see a change in the Middle East, in Venezuela, in China, in Ukraine. And I think, quite frankly, their ideology has really, it's caused a lot of problems for us worldwide. We need to take it seriously. And I think at this point, we have a tremendous opportunity. This will be like ending the Soviet Union, the Berlin Wall. This is a transformational moment for humankind, for security. And as an American, this is in our interest to complete it. So I am a Democrat. I have been a huge Democrat. I am incredibly disappointed with my party. I do not see myself in them in this moment.
Really said it all. CNN is realizing, along with the New York Times, that this historical moment that we're in is about to fracture the Democrat Party like never before. Lifelong Democrats are leaving. And like I mentioned earlier with the voter registrations, this has been going on for some time now. Between 2020.
Yeah, so it has been going on for some time, but we still see Democrats winning, like we just saw in Virginia and New Jersey. Very suspect to me. I spent a lot of time in Virginia as a Navy SEAL in Virginia Beach, Navy SEAL teams, SEAL Team 6 and SEAL Team 4. I just don't see it. I don't see how those very radical Democrats were elected. Maybe because we know there's massive numbers of radical Democrats in big cities. So you go further up and you see Democrats are they get everything handed to them on a silver plate, while everything else is basically destroyed. Roads, bridges, school systems, townships, just the basic stuff, like picking up the trash, like in New York City. The trash was like piling up in New York City after my Donnie came in. So and who is behind the Iranian government that just got toppled? Mamdani. Wow. So I've talked about this. New Yorkers are in a pickle. They're in a pickle position, and very, very, very dicey for you guys that have Democrats in political power that are supporting this regime that was basically going to control the rest of the world with nukes, right? So not good. So yeah, I still think we have to clean up the voting. President Trump has to do an executive order. I think that's the only way we're going to be able to do it. He should have already passed it because what we're seeing right now, we're seeing some of the people that are running for political office in the primaries. So there's going to be primary voting coming up. And if there's, which probably is going to happen, if there's illegal voting, it's going to start in those primaries, and really good candidates are going to get pushed out, right? So I'm a little disappointed that the executive order hasn't come out yet. Maybe it will. Maybe they'll expose. And I'm just saying, I don't know. There's a lot of disappointment out there for a lot of us in a lot of different ways, while we're seeing, good things happening on a bigger picture. But the exposure of this illegal voting, maybe it'll come out, after the primaries are over, and we see, extremely bad people get chosen over what everyone's like. This is obviously a better candidate. How is it that even in the primaries they get screwed over? So that's what we're gonna be looking at. There's a lot of people that are out there trying to clean this up, make sure there's only American citizens that vote. It doesn't matter in some of these Democrat strongholds. They're going to cheat. They're going to push past that. They're just going to do it. It's in our face. It's been in our face for decades. It's not anything new. It wasn't just like in 2016 and 2020 and 2024. There was just such an overwhelming amount of people that voted for Trump in 2016, 2024. And of course, we had the legal balloting that was happening, the mail-in balloting. Trump had won, pretty much had won 2020, and then they stopped the counting and they started backing up these semis full of these mail-in voting registrations that didn't have any matching. So I think at some point that gets exposed. Maybe they're just waiting for the right timing, which will coincide with something else that's going to happen. Who knows, right? So will it coincide with, will we see these criminal terrorists that are here in America on a massive scale that the Democrats basically brought in to, last ditch effort if everything else failed? They would do like we're doing in Iran right now. We're taking down their deep state, control system that they had planned for decades and decades, almost 50 years. It's been, decimated and dismantled. So at some point, they could have these terrorists that are here in America, start to go off. And you just need a single terrorist, walk into a school and shoot the school up. I've seen this all over the Middle East. Right, this is the way they control everybody over there. Not good. So other things that I like to bring up is a little bit of comedy. Right, so I think this basically hits home. That's what I love about comedians. They can really, get under the skin where, I can talk about, hey, should this guy, this thing, Muslims, extremists and Islamists that are here in America need to go bye-bye, all these kinds of things. And then you have a comedian that can come in and just, make us laugh, but make us also think. And I think that's what, this comedian, Aaron Wexler, does. So let's listen to this. This is fun.
So guys, I do want to make sure I wish you a happy Ramadan tonight. Anyone celebrating? Yeah. Happy Ramadan. The former supreme leader of Iran, the Ayatollah Khomeini, is looking up my skirt from hell right now. That man was shitposting the last few weeks. A few weeks ago, right after we captured Maduro, he was tweeting out a bunch of stuff to bait Trump. I remember one of the tweets was, "We will bring the enemy to its knees." And my first thought was, bro, might want to lay low right now, you know what I mean? Like, you saw what we just did to that other guy? Then my second thought on that tweet specifically was, it's kind of gay, right? Bring the enemy to its knees. I guess I'm not so surprised that it was kind of gay, because this is a man who's part of a regime that decided to take the most beautiful women in the world, right? Like Persian women, so beautiful, the Latinas of the Middle East, And they looked at them and they were like, oh, no, ew, gross, like cover them up, like, oh, we don't like that. That's probably why he got along so well with our first gay president, Barack Obama.
So, it is fun to bring in the humor. I try and bring in as much as possible, but it's great to have, Aaron Wexler out there, spreading it around. So she's doing a really good job, like her stuff and, subscribe to her. So she's got a pretty good head on her shoulders of basically, bringing in the information that, we're all trying to share and doing it in a fun way. So Donald Trump is like a disturbed teenager, said Admiral William McRaven. Now, Admiral William McRaven, of course, was the, top SEAL commander. He was there when we got Osama bin Laden, or the guy that looked like Osama bin Laden or whatever. So he had some very bad things to say about Trump, which I was very surprised by, because I always thought this guy was a great guy. And then the way he attacked Trump, I was like, you're not a good guy. You're a puppet of the deep state. Donald Trump behavior should disqualify him from being America's commander in chief. Wow. That's severe commentary from someone who should be just, middle of the road, because I was always middle of the road. Although most of us in the SEAL teams, when I was in, were conservative, probably 95, 99%. So it was very, very surprising to see McCraven, he's from my generation to a certain extent and stayed longer. So he said, like a disturbed 15-year-old boy. That's what he called President Donald Trump. The White House is home of American leadership, where Republican leaders like Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses S. Grant, Teddy Roosevelt, Ronald Reagan, and George W. Bush, not a good example, resided. While each of these leaders had his shortcomings and foibles, none of them consistently violated every principle of good leadership like Donald Trump does. That sounds like someone that has bent the knee, or maybe even down on both knees for the deep state, like Aaron Wexler was talking about, right? So, surprise, surprise, Jeff Bezos, who's obviously a deep state boy, gave Admiral McCraven, he was awarded $50 million from Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos, as part of the Bezos Courage and Civility Award, which he can distribute to charitable organizations of his choice, right? Or for people that have performed very highly for the deep state and they get their reward, right? $50 million to an ex-admiral? Holy smokes. Boy, that guy must have really been on his knees. Not good, not good, not good leadership, and not good representation of the SEAL community. Very disappointed. All right. So we're going to see more of that, I think, going forward, although maybe not as much because, President Trump had that meeting with the admirals and the generals, and he's like, you're either with me or you get me, kind of like what George W. Bush said, George W. Bush, little boy Bush. That Admiral McCraven thinks was such a great guy, right? So not so much. And so President Trump is like, you can leave. I'm 45, 46, and 47, right? So a lot of stuff that we've talked about over time. Trump never stepped down. He never gave up the codes for the nukes, the biscuit. It's like a little round thing that is on the president at all times or near him. He never gave it up. I've heard that President Clinton, he lost it at one point. He's chasing women probably at Epstein Island or something, and it kind of got out of his sight. So that's the kind of leadership that the Democrats have, right? So unfortunately, as happens in every war, guys, there's blue, what we call blue against blue, and blue is like, that's me, I'm wearing blue too, against another one of my compadres, right? Where 60 to 80% of all deaths in combat are blue against blue, good guy against good guy, all right? Or the same side against the same side. And we just saw recently how 3 F-15 fighter jets, each worth $31 million, they were shot down by Kuwait. All right, so they're supposed to have a transponder that basically identifies them. Who knows what's going on in Kuwait? Did they get a little overexcited because the Iranian jets had been through and been shot down? Did they get a little trigger happy? But they shot down not 1, not 2, but 3 F-15E fighter jets, right? Not good. So this is one of the other things that's unfortunately very frustrating with working over in the Middle East. The level of competence is not so high, right? Even though they've probably been trained in the United States, even though that was probably United States, or who knows what country it's from. Maybe it's from another country. Maybe that's why there wasn't a conversation between the two. The American jets, signaling and the anti-aircraft battery. So this is what happened.
The third day of their joint assault on Iran in what the Pentagon has dubbed Operation Epic Fury, after 3 U.S. F-15E fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses in Al Jarrah. Shocking video posted on X captured the startling moment the jets plummeted to the ground, forcing U.S. pilots to eject and deploy their emergency parachutes.
All right, I want you to look at that. How that was a long time. Look at that parachute right there. I bet that guy was like he had a major pucker factor. That's a long time for your emergency suit parachute to unwind, and I don't know if he had to cut it away, but it looks like it might be tangled up or something.
Their emergency parachutes.
Looks like it was tangled up to me. But all 6 of the pilots and co-pilots fortunately survived. That's a good thing. So, but $31 million planes, bye-bye. And like I said, working in the Middle East with the Middle Easterners, guys, not so good. They're not at our level of consciousness. They're not at our level of sophistication, and that's what we're dealing with right now. And that was one of the things that when I was in the SEAL teams, occasionally we would train them. It wasn't like I was training the Aussies. I was like, I want the Aussies to be the best they can be. With the Middle Easterners, we held back, right? We held back because we don't want this information getting out there so that we have to fight these guys later. That'll never happen with the Aussies, but definitely, as you're seeing now, because we gave a lot of gear to Iran way back in the day. And I think they still have F-14s or something like that. And that's probably American made. That's probably what they're flying still against us. So that's a very old aircraft and very easily take down at this point. But back in the day, that was like the best of the best. And they were able to pay for it because they had all that money from their oil wealth. Now they have taken that oil wealth, these savages that were in charge, and many of them were not, like the Iranian people. The Iranian people are very, very sophisticated, very, high level. We're going back to the Persian days, Darius and all the other, great Persians in the past. Their descendants, and like you heard the Wexler, the comedian, they're the most beautiful women. They're some of the most beautiful women in the world, easily, and by far in the Middle East. You'll hear like Middle Eastern men. They'll tell you how they just see an Iranian woman, and they're all like open mouthed and like drooling. It's so funny, but they are very beautiful women, and to cover them up, to make them cover up, and it's like it's so gay, it's so gay. Like she was joking, it really is. So we need to not allow that in our country. We need to not allow that in our country, guys. And if that's the way they don't want to integrate, get the hell out. Get the hell out of our country. And once you're all gone, we'll just come in and clean those ghettos that you have in America, and we'll just burn them to the ground and just start over. So I'm not a fan of Islamists. I am a fan of people that come in and assimilate in America, regardless of your background, religion, whatever. But we have Islamists here in America that want to make us, they believe in Sharia law, and that's not so good, right? That's not so good whatsoever, right? So U.S. gathers troops, jets at UK bases despite refusal on Iran strikes. So at least 28 U.S. military flights have operated from air bases in the UK and Cyprus in recent days, according to open source flight tracking data analyzed by the iPaper. The movements are part of a U.S. military buildup across Europe and the Middle East. All right. So this was like a week ago, but these clown towns in NATO, and especially the UK, they didn't want us to use their bases, like Diego Garcia, and there's a major base where we have aircraft. It's a joint base in the UK, Mendenhall and Lakenheath. They didn't want us to fly out of there. So I say, F you guys. You're we're going to like go ahead and take care of Iran, and then we're going to come for you, right? So, right, that's the way Mike would roll. But anyway, you're either with us or against us, like the old deep state little boy Bush used to say. The big one is coming. Trump tells CNN, big wave of Iran strikes still to come. And he talks about that. President Trump told Tapper on a phone call that reportedly lasted about 9 minutes that the U.S. initially believed the action against Iran could take about 4 weeks, but the events are ahead of schedule. He also, I think it's going to take about 3 weeks from my calculations, and because I've been involved in these before. In the way things are going right now, he also warned that forces haven't started hitting Iran hard yet, and that a big wave of strikes are set to happen soon. Now, will NATO get involved? Will they redeem themselves and start to, come in and play, just like we've been supporting NATO in Ukraine for like 3-4 years, however long it's been, and pumping money into it and weapons and so forth. And they won't even let us use friggin' bases. What the heck? That's some bullshit, right? So you guys better stand up, or you're going to go bye-bye. We're just going to like let the savages basically overrun you, right? We're not going to help you out because you won't be able to support yourself. You guys don't have your people don't have weapons. You took them away from them, making them believe that you protect them. You guys are idiots. You're going to like screw your people over bad, right? And maybe we'll just come in and clean up the mess after it's all done. All right, Mexican military kills cartel boss El Mencho, like we talked about, in U.S.-backed raid. Now, I think that Cuba's next. And because of all this, like I said, Cuban Americans are going to be very, very happy. And a lot of them are Democrats. I don't know why. But a lot of them are Democrats, and they're going to switch. They're going to go with El Presidente Trumpo. And, he's the one that's basically, kicking some serious ass and turning these deep state countries back to the people, right? I think it's fantastic. And this is what Cubans are absolutely awesome. Yeah, good comment there, Michael. And so they're going to come along. They're going to come along and be, even more prosperous than ever. Even before the, Castro came in there and destroyed it, right? And basically cracked down on the people of Cuba. And I think they have a 1957 Chevy, and it's still, up to speed, like only they can keep it going. They're all they're happy as hell. So they don't have like, real wealth and real luxury items and so forth. Their houses are falling apart. Storms come through there and just like wreck their country like crazy. It's going to be very, very important going forward. Once the Cubans are freed, once the Mexicans are freed from their cartels, we're all going to, Mexico has come a long way. It was always a beautiful place. I remember in San Diego where I would go down to La Bufadora, which is basically where the sea comes in and hits this cave system, and it blows water up in a spout. It's so cool. And we used to eat the lobster. They'd fry the lobster, and we dive there in the cove, and God, it's so fun. And then some of the towns, the Hollywood elite used to go to them, and there were still pictures of Hollywood. I'm sure they're still there today. But I was going there in the early 80s. Very, very beautiful, very, very fun. In the late 70s, before I returned to 81. So you couldn't drink in California if you weren't 21. So you go down to Mexico, you can be 18. Oh my God, it was crazy. And down to my first couple forays down to Tijuana, I was like, I don't know. This place is pretty, I'm going to get in trouble here. So Rosarita was a better place. So we went down to Rosarita, Husong's bar down in, a little bit further down. Great times. So great times. A lot of us went down there, had great food, staying at the Rosarita Resort Hotel when hardly anybody knew about it. You're like the only one there. It was great. So Mexico, now I've been to Cancun many times, in a lot of the other, Mexican resort areas. Mexico is absolutely phenomenal, but the cartels basically were taxing a lot of those resorts. Like it's not as bad as, the Federal Reserve and IRS, but pretty close, right? They'll destroy you one way or the other. In Mexico, they just kill you. Here in the United States, they'll destroy your life like they did me. So I was able to fight back and come out of that. But yeah, they destroyed me. It was crazy. Get out of line. There's a totally different IRS, which goes after people like myself and others that the deep state wants to destroy. I work with the IRS. I was like, I came out of the CIA. They destroyed me, and and made it so that I couldn't get work. And fortunately, I did get work, and so I worked my ass off just to make amends. I should have had tax free, and they came in. It's like, you owe all this money. I was like, well, I couldn't get a lawyer to like fight it, so they just came after me like crazy. So then I was like, okay, how much can I pay you, for this? And they're like, we'll pay this amount. So I was giving them that money, and then they came in and seized my accounts, even though I was paying them the money that they said that I was supposed to, because there was another IRS. So eventually, after them hammer me and screwing me over and over again, stealing money from me, destroying my life, I finally found out, who to talk to. I got a IRS lawyer, and he went in, and he was scared. He was scared when he found out, and I was like, what do you got going on? He wouldn't tell me. So eventually I just figured it out. There's another IRS that comes in that's over the regular IRS, and they can come in and carte blanche, do whatever they want. So eventually my lovely wife Tracy, got hold of a woman, and she was like, oh honey, yeah, they're screwing you over. Yeah, we're going to stop this. So ever since, it's been stopped. Right. So there's a big push. President Trump has talked about how all of these new things that he's doing, right, to tariffs and all that kind of stuff. And I think there's a lot more. He's obliterating the deep state on many different levels, but by doing away with IRS and the Federal Reserve, which I think is very, very close, there won't be any more taxes, and maybe there's just some kind of fair tax where the government says this is what you pay when you buy something, and that's it. I don't know, but I don't even think we need to pay that if we get the other taxes that are coming in from all around the world, like President Trump is saying. So why would they fight that if that's helping American people? I can tell you, they destroyed my life and many other people's lives. A lot of people didn't survive. A lot of people ran to other countries that were in similar circumstances. A lot of people went down to Bahamas and some other places where you can escape the IRS and the Federal Reserve. So I wasn't in a position where I could do that. They devastated the hell out of me, and before I could figure it out. Fortunately, I had a lot of gold and silver to carry me over. I guess they didn't know that, so that was hidden money from them. So I pulled that out and kept my life going. But it's a corrupt system, guys, and we're with President Trump. We're overcoming that. So those people that are talking about how President Trump is not a good guy and so forth. I used to talk about how the deep state was hammering me and other people during the Obama administration when they first hammered me and drove me out of the CIA. I used to talk about that, and that's when that secret IRS group used to come in and seize my bank accounts and all that kind of stuff. So not good. And then when President Trump came in, that all went away. So I love President Trump quite a lot, and you should too. All right, so lots of crazy stuff going on now. Silver. Now I had Juan on yesterday, and he kind of cautioned a little bit about silver. We know that they've been driving the silver price down again. They've done this for over 50 years. They are experts at it. Now they have a lot of short positions, so they've been caught flat-footed, and they're getting hammered in their short positions. So they have been, driving the price down on a massive scale and dumping their short positions. And then it'll rise again because everybody's like, oh, it's a bargain. Let's buy silver. And, that's what we've been doing. And then it drives it up, and they're like, and then they'll come in and like hammer it again. I think there is a possibility they may come in. I think this may be the last time that they're going to have the opportunity to hammer it down. If it does happen. So what could be the low prices? I don't know. I would say the lowest it could go is 50. And if it goes to 50, you better back the truck up and dump the money and get that stuff, right? But anywhere from 70 to 90 is like the range it's in right now. It goes down to 70 by, I've been buying as high as 100. Because I know it's going to like go 5 times higher than that. So it's up to you guys. And that's this year, right? That's this year. It's going to go crazy. And I'm no expert, although I've been trading silver since I was a little boy. Like when I think I was like 12 or 13 when I started trading silver. And I've, like I said, silver and gold saved my life and my family's life. So this time, I wish I'd bought a lot more. So this time, I listened to my intuition because sometimes I was like, analytical boy, Mike, military, SEAL, CIA. Sometimes I listen to my intuition. Sometimes I don't. Now I listen to my intuition. All right. So buy. All right. So it's going to be very interesting going forward. The amount of money that many of us will make. A lot of you guys are already rich on silver, and you've listened, and you're very happy, and I'm happy for you because you listened. But there's going to be more going forward. So don't sell. If it goes down, don't panic. Don't panic sell. Just buy more. And listen to this.
Reality in silver is going to get us up to that 300 to 500 zone. Okay. But probably very quickly, because when this spread breaks out, like it just did in November, usually within a couple quarters of that breakout is when you get your gusher, where you go ape on the upside in price. Yeah. We're expecting silver to reach that new reality basically by this summer. Gold's bear market low was 1,050 in 2015. 8 times that says I could go to $8,500 gold just to match the dimensions of the prior 2 bull markets. And what's really curious,
just to match the dimensions of the last gold market, 8,500, just to match it, guys. All right. So we're going much higher. $10,000 gold is going to be seen much higher. So we'll see a massive spike in silver, which always happens. And then you'll want to transition over to gold, which will continue to go another massive spike again. This has happened throughout history. This is the thing that we have talked about, Dr. Kirk Elliott and I, for almost 4 years now. So that is our plan. Hopefully you guys have your silver with Dr. Kirk Elliott, because you can easily transition. You can also, if you need to take some of that money, I can tell you, I have traded silver over the years, and it's a pain in the ass to take your silver down to the silver store and get it transitioned into cash. All right. You can do it in cash and then boom, into your bank account or wherever you need it. All right. So anyway, or have it, like I do when I buy more silver, I wire it. So they can wire the money right into your account or write you a check or whatever you want. All right. So, or transfers take time, but you can get it quicker if you want. So Now silver, as he's going to talk about, Michael Oliver, he's been spot on for quite some time. He's been trading in silver almost as long as I have. But he's been doing it professionally, for I don't know, 30, 35, 40 years. I just been doing it as a kid, and then as a young man, and then as a middle-aged man, and now as an older man. It is definitely the opportunity of multi-generations right now, guys. Multi-generation. You will not see this opportunity in your lifetime again, unless you live to be 150 or something. I don't know. So many of us will. They've said that if you live past this next few years, you'll live at least to 100. All right, 120.
Is that we've had this analysis for quite a few months now. Not saying we're just going to go to 8,000 plus. That's just the norm. I'm probably go well beyond.
Something unusual is happening in the metals markets. When trading disruptions selectively hit instruments like silver,
as the enemy overruns you. Okay. Yeah. It's
so we are the enemy to the deep state and the banksters and the Federal Reserve. All right. Now we're coming in wave after wave. When they sell, they're like, Jesus, how can they keep doing this? Because this has been suppressed for over 50 years. And, just like, Dr. Kirk Elliott talks about how you try and take a beach ball and you press it down in the pool, eventually it's going to get out of your grasp and it's going to blow up to the surface and rocket. All right. So that's what's happening with silver, and what's going to happen with silver. I think 250, 300 mid-year, and then probably a pullback like we've seen this time. And then the crazy high to 500 towards the end of the year. And that's when you want to transition over to gold and ride it even higher again. So this is the plan. It will work out magnificently. You just have to have the focus and the discipline, and hopefully you have it with someone that can do it for you, instead of trying to manage this on your own, going back and forth to the coin shop. If that's what you want, that's what you do. A lot of people say if you don't have it in your possession, you don't own it. Now, with Dr. Kirk Elliott's, just in Texas Depository, it's like you got it, right? It's very, very, well preserved, and Dr. Kirk Elliott has been doing some great things to make sure that we don't get exposed to the deep state in the background. Maybe someday he'll talk about that, but all I can do is tell you this is the best opportunity and the greatest opportunity to transfer your money, over into the depository, Texas Depository, Dr. Kirk Elliott, and then watch that baby grow.
Probably even more compressed then, with explosive behavior, in the case of silver, upside explosive behavior, than it would otherwise be. Markets make errors. Markets aren't always rational. It's a false assumption. And whenever markets do make an error, we see this in bubble stock market tops, for example, where the market gets overpriced for too long, like the .com top, let's say. And when it unleashes itself even more than it probably should. If one error goes to another. Well, silver has been irrationally in a range for 50 years. From $4 to 50 to $4 to 50, and if you look during that same period, 1970s through 2011 peak in silver when it hit 50 again until now, just recently, a couple months ago, broke through that. No other market's been restrained like that. Copper hasn't. Yeah. Copper lived in a range from 50 cents to $1.50 a pound during multiple decades, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000. And in late 2005, it said, no more. Boom. It went to $4.50 in a matter of a couple quarters from a zone that on average was $1. Silver's still in its 50-year range.
So next he's going to talk about lead, and lead was in a zone as well. So no other precious metal has been suppressed like silver, guys. And the explosive power that's going to come from silver moving upwards is going to be beautiful to see. All right. So hang in there and get ready. Now, tomorrow or tonight, actually, if you're on the West Coast like I am, it's going to be the 3rd. So today's the 2nd. Tonight, early in the morning. If you're on the East Coast, of course, it's 6:33. So you'll probably get up and have some coffee and go, "Oh, Mike, he's in 3." But let's listen to this angel messages. You guys know that I'm the angel guy, Archangel Michael, and I like to hear what other people are saying about the angels. And this is a really good one. This is Sarah Hall, so does a really good job.
Deeply cleansing energy is sweeping through the earth. This is bringing about a new wave of karmic purging and healing release that will serve us in breaking down what does not serve the unity and well-being of the human collective. The dysfunctional structures of the old world are continuing to collapse, and rapid disillusionment is.
And of course, a good example of that is Iran. And President Trump is the destroyer of the deep state, and he will continue to destroy the deep state day after day, excuse me, week after week, month after month, until it's all done.
Helping us to clear all that blocked the flow of the truth in the past. We are living in profoundly transformative times, and this moment is yet another turning point in defining the new world we're all co-creating. The angels have important guidance to share with you on all of this. So
now you guys probably have heard me say this multiple times. We have relied on the deep state because they have fooled us that they have our best interest in mind, and they're going to make sure everything is good for us and our offspring and so forth. We know now that that was a false narrative, that was an untruth, and that we are the ones that are creating our reality going forward. And that's what Sarah Hall is talking about here.
Tune into your heart with me and get ready to receive the angels' messages for the blood moon total lunar eclipse cycle with divine guidance spanning from March 3rd through 17th and beyond. On March 3rd, when the date reads 3/3, we have a blood moon total lunar eclipse in the sign of Virgo. Blood moon eclipses occur in series of 3s. This blood moon occurring on 3/3 is the 3rd blood moon of this series, with the other 2 having occurred on March 14th and September 8th of 2025. And
now, wasn't 2025 like cray? Yeah. And you're like, it can't get any worse. Of course, now we're in, the 3rd cycle of the blood moon. And yeah, it's getting a little pretty, it's getting even more cray. But this is a destruction of the old system, moving into the new that we are going to create.
Happen to live in the Pacific time zone. This is also occurring at 3 a.m. your time. Life-changing transformational events usually occur in cycles of 3. When you see 3s repeatedly, this is the angel sending you a message that you are transforming, learning, growing, and rising on the path of higher consciousness. When a new reality is being built, the structures of our spiritual energy grid and consciousness form triads and triangles. In the physical plane, triangles are among the strongest, most stable shapes for building because they are rigid, cannot be deformed without bending their sides, and distribute force evenly. And of course, what we observe in the physical plane is mirrored in the mental and spiritual planes of being. So when patterned events occur in 3s, this means that the bonds of the old structures are breaking down and the bonds of a new structure are forming. We are literally standing at the threshold of a new reality and co-creating it as it is being built. Because this eclipse is the 3rd in a cycle of 3, it is a symbolic last chapter moment, a final release and realization that allows us to truly move forward. On top of that, this is also a
So imagine this is how we talk in the future, right? This is fantastic. This is kind of the way, many of us have been talking for a while, and hoping people will catch up. This is fantastic. This is the conversations and the information that will be shared going forward, and even more.
node eclipse, which means that it is working on the completion of the past, closing out karmic lessons, and letting go of what no longer serves us. While the process may be volatile and intense in the moment, it is clearing space for a new story to begin. Now, in numerology, 33 is the most powerful master number, known as the master teacher, and a higher octave of 6, representing unmatched nurturing, altruism, and spiritual wisdom. It combines the master numbers 11 and 22, focusing on expanding unconditional love, creativity, and spiritual harmony. 33 essentially signifies deep spiritual awakening, protection, and the ability to uplift others. According to the angels, the new world being built in place of the old one is a more peaceful world. It is a world based in a deeper resonance of love, harmony, and altruism. If you want.
And there it is at the 3-minute and 33-second mark. All right, very good. So thank you, Sarah Hall. Very good information. This is type of information that's going to become more prominent as we move forward. People that are sharing deeper insights, connections with higher dimensional beings and so forth. I've talked about that on many shows, but it will soon become our reality. All right, Pete Hegseth. So notice how I'm like, I don't want to get it too intense, and I like do a little funny and talk about something else and talk about silver, and let's move back into the military aspect of what's going on here. Like I've been saying, this is the deep state that's being taken down, and this is preventing World War III. We're not going into World War III. This is preventing it.
Iran's stubborn and self-evident nuclear pursuits, their targeting of global shipping lanes, and their swelling arsenal of ballistic missiles and killer drones are no longer tolerable risks. Iran was building powerful missiles and drones to create a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Let me say that again. A conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Our bases, our people, our allies, all in their crosshairs. Iran had a conventional gun to our head as they tried to lie their way to a nuclear bomb. It almost worked under Obama and his terrible deal, but not under this president. Turns out the regime who chanted, "This is not a so-called regime change war," but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
All right. So this is what we're going to see going forward, guys. We're going to see this regime basically completely collapsed and taken out of existence. And I think that, Pasha, the crown prince, will come back in an interim government until the people choose, how they want their government to look like in the future. We're not going to go in there and do this for them. All right. This is going to happen on their own accord, just like we did in Venezuela. We took away the cartel controller that was, had the Venezuelan people under their thumb. The people of Venezuela who were here and were Democrats, they're no longer Democrats, right? And eventually, many of them are probably going to go back to Venezuela because it's going to become very, very wealthy and successful again, all right? So we have that to thank President Trump. Cuba will become wealthy and successful again. Mexico will become, probably for the first time in its history, wealthy and successful, right? On multiple levels, right? So all of those ancient temples and so forth down there, I've been to a lot of them over the last, several decades. They're being, cleared and refurbished. It's going to be a spectacular place to go as a tourist. And a lot of people have actually bought homes down there. So it's going to eventually get to that point where, the wall will go down. The wall is going to go away, right? It won't need to be there because the people of Mexico and the rest of, the middle and in Southern America, South America, middle and South America are going to be super successful. And that's what good trade is going to bring. not necessarily free trade. Free trade is a deep state manipulation. So we'll get to the point where we have, equitable trade, where everybody, benefits, and there's going to be such a beautiful, we'll be listening to people like Sarah Hall, give lectures in, Puerto Vallarta, and not have to worry about the cartels, coming in and shooting the place up, because they're going to be gone. They'll be completely gone. Right. So it's going to be absolutely amazing going forward in America. But here in America, we have, difficulties as well. Like I'm talking about the Muslim Sharia law type thing. They are here, and they're going to try and force their way on us, because that's what they've done everywhere I've been throughout the Middle East, guys. All right, these radical Islamists, they're here on a massive scale. We're probably going to have to fight a lot of them, right, and clean them up, and then get them the hell out of our country. If they don't want to integrate, we're going to wrap them up and get them the hell out. Now, this is one of the reasons why. This is Sharia law. And just like the comedian talked about, they want to cover up their women. This is what happens when the women don't abide.
Now, y'all can go ahead and call me Islamophobic till you're blue in the face, but I believe that this right here is wrong. Simple. This young lady right here, actually, well, let's start here. This young lady right here posted a simple TikTok video dancing. As you can see, it's her right there. And not too long after, she was beat to a pulp by her own father and brother for having not worn her headscarf or her hijab in that video. Yeah, this is not an isolated situation. As a matter of fact, here's an image of a young...
No, it's not an isolated situation whatsoever. It is happening here in America, and even people that are not Muslim women get acid thrown on their faces, guys. If there's someone that has a problem with American woman or whatever, some of these Muslims will throw acid in their face, right? And I remember when I was in Afghanistan, and Afghan women are very attractive women as well. You rarely see them without their burqas on and so forth. But when we would go to their houses as security guys, and they would invite us in, and we would post security, they would feed us. They were very, very generous. Beautiful women, And I remember one of the guys that I was there working with, was a State Department guy. He told me that we're going to go. I was given a protected detail. I was the head of the protected detail, and said, we're going to go to this one burn clinic. And I was like, oh, that's great. And so you built it? And he's like, yeah, we put about $1 million into this burn clinic. And I said, well, wow, what do they need a burn clinic here for? Is it for, because they had a lot of propane fires and so forth. It's like people get burned by propane. And he got quiet for a little bit, and caught himself and prepared himself for what he was going to tell me. Said, no, 85% of the burns here are from men that throw either acid or burn their wives in other means because they get out of line. And I was like, what? It's like, yeah, 85% of the burns here that we're helping support are from women that have been burned by their either their husbands or their fathers and family members and so forth. I was like, wow. So here is a woman. Obviously, you can see this woman's very attractive, but she was burned by acid from the Sharia law types.
Lady who was mutilated for, you guessed it, not wearing a headscarf once again. Any ideology that will do this to you for what you decide to or not to wear is problematic, to say the least. Now, y'all can go ahead.
All right. So, like I said, I've seen this overseas. It is a problem, and it is a problem here in America now. All right. So I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan, guys, of this Sharia Muslim stuff at all, and you shouldn't be either. And we should be pushing back on this. We should get these people the hell out of our country, and we don't need to be pussyfooting around with this. This is very serious. I was overseas for, like I said, multiple decades, and saw the problems that the radical Islamists bring. It's not for our country. And our country is mostly Christian based, but we're, freedom of religion here. We allow anyone to come here and practice their religion as long as they integrate and they don't try enforce their brand of religion on other people. The Muslims are already doing that, right? In Times Square, they're coming and they're like blocking the road so they can, pray. They don't do that in the Middle East. They don't do that in the Middle East. They're doing that on purpose here, and they're building their own towns in Texas. I think Governor Abbott is totally corrupt, right? And that need to get him the hell out of there and put somebody in there that's going to do the right thing, right? So you guys that are in Texas, you're in trouble. You're in big trouble because you guys have let a lot of Islamists in to build their own towns, and they're going to start striking back at you guys because you guys, and I've seen the same thing. I've seen this all over the Middle East. Once they get enough power, they're going to strike back on everybody else, right? So that's the way they are. That's the way they are. And these clowns have let these effers in, and they need to be effed back out of here, right? So as you guys can tell, I'm pretty passionate about this, but I don't want you guys to learn the hard way. We need to stop this. We need to start pushing back on this now before it gets out of hand. I think we're already going to get cities burned and all kind of crazy stuff before we figure out that we need to get rid of these people. So stand by. All right. More stuff is coming. More information is going to continue to come out. You're going to see a lot of, reveals that are coming. Jeffrey Epstein files, the ET disclosure that's coming. You're going to find that, I was surprised Juan really came out on the ET stuff on my last show. If you haven't seen it yet, we talked pretty good about that. How they basically negative ETs came here to Earth, and they're the ones that are the deep state. They're the globalists, right? So I've talked about this for a long time, and now we're getting soon. It'll be mainstream, and it's going to blow some people's heads up, right? We'll probably see Islam big donor to Abbott. Yeah, doesn't surprise me. So we'll and that should be disclosed. Whoever's running for governor, and I've had people on my show that are running for governor there in Texas, and hopefully the primaries get the good guys. They're going to be the best for Texas. But ultimately, as you guys know, you don't mess with Texas, right? You Texans are going to clean house if you have to on your own. But this administration or your administration in Texas only started closing the border when people like myself, Louis Herms, who's running for governor of California, I hope he makes a primary. We basically, and Louis Herms made a big thing where we went to a lot of cities, and some of them in Texas were going to come there and demonstrate and have rallies and so forth that shut this border down. And Governor Abbott, when he heard that we're coming, started shutting the border down finally, right? So you guys, we, the people, have to stand up and push back on the deep state, right? They will push and push and push, and if you let them push, they'll keep pushing. And once they push deep, it's hard to get it back, guys. There in Texas, they push pretty deep in you guys. Of course, they've done the same thing, Michigan and other states. It's going to be very tough to unroot them and get them out of our country. All right. They can't be, they'll lie to you. It's like, yeah, we'll acclimate. Bullshit. Absolute friggin' bullshit. right? If they don't acclimate and they don't prove they've acclimated, they're going to stay acclimated. Got to go. One way or the other. They got to go. All right, guys. That's all I've got for now. I'm gonna go grill some nice Costco steaks. You know, you get those big pieces of meat and you cut them into steaks. You save some money. So steak, the price of meat is coming down. Thank you, Texans and other states that are basically doing that. Our country's been infiltrated by Brazilian meat and packing plants and so forth that are accommodating outside meat sources which come in. Who knows what their meat, if it's they're feeding it other cows, which causes the brain stuff problems. We need to stop letting other countries come in and take over our country, guys, in multiple ways, not just the extreme Islamist Muslims, super corrupt, but also our meat and vegetables and so forth should be grown here in America. And if we don't really, the people don't really start to push back on this, they'll take over our beef industry and shut it down so that it won't be profitable for them to grow their beef here. And then we'll get this funkified beef that's coming in. It's probably going to so I don't know. It's up to you guys. You want cheap beef? Keep buying that Brazilian bullshit. But for me, I want American made. All right. I want American made everything. All right. Except my car. I must say that American cars still are not up to speed. Some of them are. We got great trucks. I will say that. I had a great Dodge Dually diesel. It was a magnificent truck. But some of the other foreign cars are better than American. So we need to up the ante and start making better cars so that everybody's buying American and all across the board. Or those companies like BMW built a big BMW plant in Spartanburg, South Carolina. That's good. You need to do the same thing with other big companies, that have great cars, Mercedes and so forth. I don't know if Mercedes has some. I think they do have plants here in America. Of course, we have Elon Musk has the Tesla, American-made, outstanding electric vehicles that are becoming better with the new technology, which uses a lot of silver, right, for those batteries. Hello. So it's all moving in the right direction. Just be a little heads up, do a little critical thinking, do a little research, and you guys are going to not only survive, but thrive like never before in the history of America. All right. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. And I'll see you guys next time. Business Builder Friday. And we're looking forward to, having you guys, share your insights, building a business with LifeWave. But first, we're going to have Robin. She's going to be talking to us. I'm going to be sharing a few things. Let me get Jen to, where are you at, Jen? So to bring people in. All right, we got Roxanne there. So many of you are coming in, it's like everybody's jumping around. So it's hard to make somebody a co-host if they're jumping fast. All right, so there we go. All right, so I'm gonna share this on YouTube. So we're gonna get that going. We'll be live on YouTube. That's always fun. We got a lot of people that love this information, and of course, Robin is going to bring us some incredible. I was listening to her show that she did, and you guys are going to love it. First, I'm going to show a few videos to get you guys excited and ready for what's coming. I think LifeWave, to me, is one of the most phenomenal business opportunities by far that I've experienced. It is absolutely a dream come true for me, and I'm looking forward to getting more people involved. So One of the ways that we can get people excited and involved is to let them know that there's many opportunities in this business where they can advance and start to earn money and so forth. But one of the ways that we get people excited is to look at how people use the patch. And I'm going to share the screen and show you guys. One of the guys was the strongest man in the world, and we've been kind of sharing this video around. So definitely share this video. It's fantastic. Bill Feister, World's Strongest Man competition, and watch what he's wearing.
We're not getting the sound.
Look at that energy enhancer. So he had been trying to win this competition for many, many years. And when he started using the patch, that helped put him over the edge. And let's see, get some information on that somewhere. All right, so I'm missing it now. But anyway, he had tried to win several times, and unfortunately, he was just like number 2, number 3. He did the Arnold Classic, World's Strongest Man competition many, many times, and then he started using the patch, and he won. And then he retired. It's like, I won. I'm the greatest. I'm gonna retire. But he still, promotes, not using drugs. So that's what I think is fantastic about LifeWave. All the bodybuilding contests that I ever did were non-drug contests, always trophied. So I'm very excited to be involved with the company that is drug-free. Now, another thing that we have, Live Younger Sports. So I'm gonna bring you guys over to Live Younger Sports, kind of ties in with Phil Feister, winning that competition. And we're gonna watch a couple videos to get excited before Robin gives her magnificent presentation. You guys are gonna get really fired up about it. All right, recover faster, perform longer, push beyond limits. Who doesn't want to do that in every aspect of their life? So let's look at the first video here.
You are a powerhouse of growth, of new experiences. You just don't know it yet. Let's change that, shall we? With innovation at our core, we've reimagined what's possible. Harnessing the body's natural energy flow with light. Backed by clinical research, X39 stimulates the skin with low levels of light to elevate a key peptide linked to renovating and rejuvenating the body. This light technology supports improved movement, recovery, and overall health and well-being. You are Generation Awesome. Shifting paradigms and creating new ones. We always knew you had it in you. Now it's time to prove it to yourself. Your adventures are only beginning. Discover the power and simplicity of doing more with X39.
All right, so fantastic stuff. That does look like me, but that's not a picture of me. All right. So the LifeWave Advantage for athletes, great story in here. And of course, David Schmidt, the founder of LifeWave, over 200 patents. Let's listen to what he has to say.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. There is more information there than most people would ever realize. I was 8 years old, and my parents wanted to take me to the workshop of Thomas Edison. On the drive back home, I said to my dad, I want to be an inventor. Light, as it turns out, is the primary control mechanism for everything else that happens in the body. What if we could have an external electromagnetic field that would essentially reset the stem cells that are already in our bodies and get them to function like younger, healthier cells? What if in the process, we actually found out that in a book that was written thousands of years ago, that information already existed? God has left his fingerprint in natural design, and that blueprint shows up in nature. The mathematical codes are identical. The implications to this are absolutely extraordinary. What drives me is that there's this enormous sense of hope that we can create technology to generate clean energy, that we can have foods that aren't genetically modified, and we can meet all of the needs on the planet that we have to, and that we can heal people.
All right, so fantastic information. Other things that we're looking at is in our business, we have lots of people that are advancing around the country, around the world. 12 in Austria, 18 Australia, 87 in Canada. Right, so we have people all over the world. 9 in Switzerland, Germany, Denmark, France. Only one in France. A little story about France. I remember they invited me there. I wrote the book, The Intuitive Warrior. So they invited me to France to show me around France. And, I was buying everybody dinner, and we'd go out and I'd tip the waiters and waitresses. And I remember the guy that had brought me over, he's like, don't give them so much. You'll spoil them. So I don't know, maybe the French don't know about advancing, their self through merit. So, you see this in a lot of cultures where they're giving everything. LifeWave, we're a company of merit. And as you guys can see here, 5 in the United Kingdom, Canary Islands, South Korea, Mexico, Netherlands, Norway, New Zealand, Poland, Sweden, Slovakia, Taiwan, and a lot in the United States. But I always wanted to build a worldwide business, and there you go. So, your dreams do come true, and they can come true with, this business. And Lynn is one of our top people. They're waving in Europe. So we like to give people from Europe to Lynn that want to come in and join our business. And she takes care of them very well. So very, very incredible things that are going on in LifeWave. Great opportunities. I see lots of people watching over on YouTube. So great. Love you guys over there too. And so I'll turn this over to the lovely, talented, and amazing Robin Mascari.
Thank you. And thank you, Michael, for bringing those videos on, because I love seeing The Strongest Man. That was so cool. And, I don't know, I didn't notice any patches on the Olympians, but I'm sure some of them were wearing them. And as we know, so many people in the sports world love these patches. And a lot of the videos are, did you share where they're available, Michael?
You mean around the world?
No, where they can find these videos.
Oh, liveyounger.com. Is that it? Right.
Well, liveyounger.com can access you the sports one.
Okay, the
And
sports one.
liveyoungersports.com will give you the sports videos.
Thank you.
Then if you go to liveyoungersuccess.com, there's a bunch of the new videos, like the 200 patent ones, which was an excerpt, I believe, from the Code of Creation, which is very exciting. And so I'm here to share some good news today, right?
Yeah, there's some good stuff going on.
There is some good stuff going on. So I want to start out by, first of all, hi, everybody. Wonderful to always be with you. I love it. To you too. Yeah. And I want to give a little update on Comp Plan 2.0. Would anyone like that?
Oh, yeah.
So, whenever you make a really big change.
They had to kick 2 people out.
Oh, dear. Okay, let's not kick anyone out. When you make a big change, many times you need to make some tweaks after that. And the company has been, and I just want everyone to know that they have been listening to us. And there's some tweaks that are being made, and they're going to happen really quickly. That's going to increase your income. Because I know, isn't that nice? So I want to read the details of what's going into place. And this memo came from David Jumper, who's been a lot of the top field leaders. There's a comp plan steering committee that's been working with David and Meredith. And so I want everyone to know, behind the scenes, there's people that are doing the work on everyone's behalf. And I live with one of them. I mean, he wakes up in the middle of the night with numbers on the ceiling. Gregory writes comp plans, and he's helped a lot of companies make the changes in comp plans, and they needed to make some changes for really important reasons. We were way out of balance in our customer, except for Michael. Um, um, but they wanted to put more money on the front end of the plan, and so and it's been a few months, so now they're going to implement some tweaks and see how it goes until July, and if it goes well, they'll keep it. If it needs more enhancements, they will continue to do that. So I'm going to read some of the things that are going to change. There's going to be a 50 to 100% increase in the level earnings bonus for active brand partners and one-star managers. And the level earnings bonus is when your people that you've enrolled buy product, you get paid. And I hope everyone knows about this 9 ways to earn. And you can find this in your back office under education. And the 9 ways to earn is our summary of our compensation plan. So if you haven't done that, I laminated mine because I got tired of throwing away papers. And so I have a laminated one in like every room in the house because I use it a lot. One-star managers are now going to earn on level 2, which will reward duplication earlier. Again, they're wanting to put more money in the front end. All director ranks 1 to 3 star will be eligible for the full 10% binary. And currently, the binary is at 7, it's 5% at 3-star manager, 7% at 1-star director, and 9% at 2-star director. And then it'll all go up to 10% for directors, which is great. There's going to be a significant increase in for 3-star managers in the binary, which is very exciting because we basically, the company's paying out, and I think this is important for everyone to know, they pay out the same amount. They just reassessed where that money was going to go, so that new business launch bonus, they had to take the money from somewhere. So they took some of it from the binary and put it to the front end so people could start making money sooner. There's going to be an increase in binary percentages at director ranks, which will strengthen the mentor match. And I think today we're going to be talking a little bit about that because Meredith calls the mentor match bonus the Powerball. And a really good compensation plan is designed to reward the behavior we want to increase. So there's more rewards for bringing on customers with the customer premium. There's more rewards for building leaders, which is the mentor matching bonus. And so when you think about your business and where to put your time and attention, that's what Jen asked me to talk about today, is how do you find the information to see who's getting close to that director level, which is where you start getting the mentor matches. And most importantly, what David said, David Jumper, is leadership is listening and willing to respond with real financial adjustments during this transition period. So I want everyone to know this. I think Michael has a copy of this. Jen has a copy of this. It's really, really a good thing for all of us. And, things didn't turn out exactly the way we thought they would, but they're making the changes, and that's the important part. So I wanted to share that with you. Also, I don't know if Gregory wants me to share this, but I'm going to share it anyway. Some of us have not been really excited with the Now site. The InTouch app, actually, they're going out of business. And so the company needed to find another one. And many of us have not been thrilled with the Now site. And so Gregory, being the tool guy, he's the one who brought InTouch to the company originally. Took a year to finally get it implemented. But he went on the hunt to find out what are other companies using, and found something really fabulous. And what's interesting, it's a company that is run by someone that we used to work with, that was a tools guy when we used to buy tapes and brochures and things that we don't buy so much anymore because there's so much as digital. And he's been busy behind the scenes, and he signed a contract the other day for this new app that's very, very close to the InTouch app, but even better. It's really easy to use. It has many different functions. You'll be able to easily send videos and do many other things. It's going to take a little time to get everything up and running, so it'll be about 60 days, but I just want everyone to know it's coming. So that's another good piece of news, which a lot of us will be happy about, because not everyone is utilizing the Now site, and there's been some real challenges with it. And so we're getting a bunch of good hearts and thumbs up. So so that's good. And I guess what Jen wanted me to talk about today was, when you're looking at the compensation plan and how to maximize your opportunity in the plan. And I think a lot of you have heard me share this story before. 27 years ago, I asked Gregory, was it 27? No, it's 25, whatever, a long time ago. I said, Gregory, would you explain the comp plan? He said, do you want to understand the comp plan, or do you want to know how to make money? And so we have a very sophisticated compensation plan. It's not important to know it all. Okay, what is important is to know where you are and how to get to the next level. And so this is something to work with your upline support team. And, we're happy to do coaching and support for people. But really, it's not so important to know everything, because some things don't pertain to you at whatever stage you're at. If you've been in business for a while, the business launch bonus is really important for all the new people you bring on. Very important to learn that, to help your new people maximize the income opportunity, and you get a match from that. It's also important to know that the binary is, it's a percentage on your lesser leg. So building your lesser leg will increase your binary income. Those are just really basic things to learn. But the one that I talked about earlier, called the mentor matching bonus, starts out when you're a director, and you get paid on any directors below you. And I'm going to look at my cheat sheet here, because it changes through as you move up through the ranks. But when you're a one-star director, you get paid on a generation. And so let's say Michael is my sponsor, and Michael's a director, but I'm not a director yet. So he's going to go down below me to see who the first person is that is a director, and that's where the match comes from. Generations are different than levels. And so you can get paid very, very deeply in this bonus. When you're a one-star director, you get 5% on the first level. But remember, they said when you expand in your rank, you're going to get a pay raise. So when you become a two-star director, it goes down to the second generation. So then you're going to look at who's the next director, and then you get a match on them. And it goes all the way up to 6 levels. And the higher the rank, the more you get paid, which is really, really wonderful. So how do you find out who's close to the next rank? And I don't have, I've been asking the company for 7 years now. Obviously, I haven't been very effective in getting my response, but I want to get what's called a sandbox, or a practice back office, because it's not appropriate to share other people's back office for privacy reasons. But if you're on your computer and you can go to your back office, I want to walk you through this, and I can show you. Let's see if I can show you a little bit. Oops, keep working. Okay. So what you want to do is go to organization and team paid rank tracker. That's where you want to go. Okay. And I squished a lot of the columns. I don't know if you realize you can squish the columns like this, because I want to protect people's privacy here. You don't want to show people's names, but you can squish columns, which is really fun. You want to make sure you have that little cross there. And what you're looking for is, I want to squish some more so we can get over to, okay. So we want to look at the next paid rank. And what we're looking for is people that are 3-star managers, and the next paid rank is a 1-star director. That's what you're looking for, because once they become a 1-star director, if they've never been a 1-star director, there's an extra bonus right now of $250. But this person is 88% to becoming a 1-star director. So you want to really reach out to these people, and I'm not going to access their name here, but this is what you're looking for. And these are sorted by levels, what ranks the highest to the lowest. And so maybe a 2-star manager, but looking for who's got the most excitement in building their business. And so this is under organization and team paid rank tracker. It's a new report that I use all the time. And I'm looking for the next paid rank of 1-star director. And then you want to reach out to that person. Well, let's say that person has not been personally sponsored by you. You want to reach out to the sponsor and say, did you realize that so-and-so that you sponsored is really close to that 1-star director? Would you like to work together, or would you like me to help you on supporting them and achieving that rank advancement so they know exactly what's going on? I'll tell you, over the years, when I reach out to people, they so appreciate that I'm looking out for them. I mean, I had one of our leaders, and I said, do you realize that you are this close to being a presidential director in, Complan 1.0? And she had no idea. And I said, this is what needs to happen. She didn't look at her back office. I watch people. I'm looking for, rank advancements and who's close so we can help them get there. Because a lot of times people do not pay attention to this. And that's our job and our responsibility as their upline support people to really help them get from where they are to the next level. Gregory has taught me many years ago that our job is to get them in, keep them in, and move them along. And so this is the move them along part. And this report right here, percentage to next paid rank, because you can actually, this person doesn't have a very large organization, and but they are, they're bringing in a lot of people, and they built a nice volume. And you can look at some of the volume they have here, but this is what you're looking for right here. Is the next paid rank of 1-star director, and how close are they? And then you go over back here and click on their name and then reach out to them. And again, if you didn't personally sponsor them, you want to reach out to their sponsor and educate their sponsor to reach out to them, or do it with them or for them by permission. I always like to have permission if I'm working with someone else's person. People get very territorial about their people, and we want to be very respectful. But on the other side of that is they absolutely love when you do take the time and are caring about helping people move forward. So I'm going to take a little breath here and see who's got questions about what I've shared here. Because Jen, this is what you want. Yes, Michael.
Yes, I can add a little bit to this. Is great, Robin. I qualified for the next trip. One of the greatest things that got me qualified for the Y trip, being number one guy, almost twice as far as the next person, was helping people advance. So me, my team, you included, Rob, all of us were very, very active in helping people advance. Now, from what you were just talking about, I'm looking through mine and I see Diane H. I'm not going to say her last name, but Diane H. Is 98% to 1-star director first time, and all she needs is a little bit, not quite 400 qualified downline volume. So for her, I would say, look at your people that are active, help them get a little bit more volume, and boom, there you are.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. 98%. And what's going to happen is Michael's going to get a bonus too, and he'll get a match. But more importantly, she's going to rank advance. And what you said, Michael, about how you qualified for the trip, aside from the plethora of customers that you've brought on, we qualified by rank advancements only ourselves.
Wow.
We had 117 points from just rank advancements. And then we went from 1-star to 2-star presidential, and that was another 60 points. So we got a rank advancement and our people got rank advancements. And, our job is to help people get more of what they want. And that's why it's so important to take the time and really connect with people and find out, what do you want from this business? And then continue to check in, because I think a lot of you know that I started as a customer. Gregory came on board a little later, thank goodness, because he's the tool guy. And in me starting, I was, I didn't, I was just organically growing. And I didn't realize what was going. And 4th level to us, a big builder came on. And when that big builder came on, all of a sudden our business shot to the top rank because it was just volume. We had our 2 directors. So really getting people in, keeping them in and moving along. And, me being a customer, I really didn't have any intention of building a business. And 7 years later, we have a very, very large, substantial global business. And so checking in with people and staying connected. And I think, Michael, what you are referring to is we've been reviewing John Maxwell's book, The Power of 5 for Network Marketing. And the first one is working on yourself. That's why John Maxwell loves network marketing so much, because people have such great energy and they want to continue to grow. And our business is totally a reflection of our willingness to work on ourselves. And then the second one is connection. And that's what we talked about on our training yesterday, is the power and importance of connection, because we're in a relationship business. And, basically, the quality of our life is reflected in the quality of our relationships. So if you're looking at what to work on, relationship skills is one of the most important things for life, because we don't do things alone. Very rare, anything large that happens in the world is done with more than one person. And so we want to realize how important it is to cultivate those relationships and stay in touch with your people and find out, where they started and where they are now may be completely different, because they got what happened to Michael and what happened to us can happen to them too. It's like we fell in love with what LifeWave is and the opportunity we have to give people hope about their financial future, about the health in their future, about turning back the clock. How fun is that? And so that's what we're talking about here. So thank you. Who else has a comment or question about what I've shared here? Does this make sense?
Yeah, this is fantastic. Very, very good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. And, I wish I had, a really good back office that had a lot of activity that I can show. I picked someone that their name isn't on there. So, that just makes it a little easier. But this is what we want to do. Organization, team paid, rank tracker. Now, I personally, as you have heard me say many times, become a happy clicker. And a happy clicker, let's say, there are so many resources available for us here, and a lot of people don't even realize what's available. So, open up. When I started, I opened up everything on the LifeWave site, on my back office site, and now we have our, several other sites. I want to know what's there, because what Darren Hardy talks about when someone, I recommend everyone when they're new is to listen to his audio called Making the Shift, the mindset necessary to be successful. And basically, bottom line, he says, if you're talking, you're pointing to a tool. And so we have to take the time to know what are the tools. Michael showed you some great new tools that we have, and we've actually made these available in, and I'll show you that because that's a really fun thing, under liveyoungersuccess.com. When you go to that site, into the What's New section, a lot of those videos that Michael just showed you, we don't have the strongest man yet, but we got to put them on there. And so, I mean, I just saw that today and I was like, oh my gosh. And this has our current newsletter, and it has, here's the videos. If you want to find the oldest intern, here's an easy way to find it. The power of synergy, which is X39, Celergize, and X2O together. And I'll give you a little update on X2O too. Does anyone want that?
Yeah. I
And
want it for everybody.
I know. I'm going to talk about that next. The 200 patents that Michael showed, intro to X39 and LifeWave brand video. And this just is a catalog of what's available. And you find things by scrolling down. But, before I go too fast, we like to give an easy place for you to access what's going on in the business. Here's the calendar. Here's LifeWave updates on Live Younger. Live Younger Sports is a great new site that we have available. We'll have to put the strongest man on there. Here's some trainings that we've done if you're interested in any of those. And then there's the upcoming Canadian events. Gregory is actually going to be at the boot camp in Calgary. I'm kind of restricted on my travel for a little bit more, but I'll be going. I have another month at home. So here's more information and registration just to make it as easy as possible. The current promotion, if you need a little volume, reaching out to your people, your customers, and your brand partners, this is a fabulous opportunity to grow some volume in your business. And that person that's 98% to one-star director, getting a few of these could really make a big difference.
That's it. Good call.
It'll do it. And every time we have an incentive trip, we invite you to track your own so you have the exact details of when you get points. And this way, if there's any discrepancy with the company and what you've tracked, you've got it. You don't need to recreate it. And I use this in pencil when I'm, this was an easy trip, the Hawaii one. I don't think the next one's going to be as easy, but I'll put my potentials in pencil. So I'll have several pages of this. And then we have the videos of what we've done. So here's the new videos. I don't know if you guys, are you loving the world's oldest intern?
That is so fun.
I know.
I can't see it enough. Every time I see it, I love it. It's like so
I know.
fun.
I laugh every time.
Yep.
I laugh. And to go to your Facebook page or your social media and say, who's a Trekkie? And then put the video up there, because this is a market, by the way. And just so you know, Star Trek is having its 60th anniversary. They're going to have a big event in Las Vegas. LifeWave will be represented there. William Shatner will be there. Doug Wexler, who designed the Welcome Center, will be there. They're going to be talking about LifeWave. And so, the Star Trek community is massive. It's in William Shatner. I joined his fan club just to see what was going on, and there's a lot of potential prospects there, and so it's really fun. So here's the videos, and you can, they're available to share from here. And then so there's just a lot of resources. Here's the 9 ways to earn. And Connie did a brilliant training on the benefits of enrolling customers. And, especially for our Canadians that no longer have a PIB bonus, if you enroll someone, you get $35 for a core kit. Well, if you get 3 people getting X39, you're going to get $60. So there's financial benefits, and she does a beautiful job explaining this. And this is something to share with your teams. And then there's the 9 ways to earn right here. It's also in your back office. And this is a training I did a few weeks ago from John Maxwell on growing yourself first. So there's just a lot available here. And this is, again, in the what's new section of Live Younger Success. So I'm going to be quiet for a few minutes here and see what kind of comments or questions you have about anything business related. I'll see if I can answer. So it doesn't matter. Yes, Karen. Hi. You're on mute, hon. You want to unmute? Thanks.
There we go. So is the 9 ways to earn, is that updated with the new things that you talked about at the beginning? Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not
Okay.
yet. But just know that it's going to be enhanced and you'll make more,
Mhm.
but the focus will be pretty much the same, although the little numbers are going to get bigger. Not yet, but we will, if they choose to, make these permanent, then we will get a new sheet and we'll make sure that that's available for everybody. But thank you for asking. Thank you. Okay, who else has a business question about anything? Anything business related to help you grow your businesses?
One of the things that was brought to my attention today, first of all, thank you for the great training today. I really appreciate it constantly. There's so much to learn and so many great resources that Robin and Gregory have created for us. One thing that I really wish that we could, I'm wondering if Robin, with her strong leadership skills, could maybe, one of the things that I've run into this week is wanting to do what's right by the people enrolling, and for the buy two get one sleeve of X49, I have put them on, done the $25 membership fee because they're coming to me saying I want the deal, and yet they want to start as brand partners. But then that puts me in a position that I didn't get points towards the trip, but yet I was putting them on an order with, two 39s of 49 that they got for free and 2 sleeves of Eon or 3 sleeves of Eon so that they could get the best price. Am I missing something?
No, Ellie, you're doing the right thing, and we always want to do what's best for them.
Right.
And when there is a promotion, none of the products that are in a promotion go into a pack. They don't go into a pack. So you did the best thing, which was get them a $25 membership, and then, get them the products that they want. And then ideally is to, if they're interested in doing the business, to set them up on a monthly subscription so they stay consistent with their usage.
Right. Always do that.
And then oh, you good girl, you. Everyone should learn from you, my dear.
Yeah. Here's what you say. When you're setting them up, it's much easier to set this up now. We can always adjust it. That then allows them to take a deep breath in and out. And I reassure them that I have a note that I will be getting in touch with them a week before their monthly subscription order ships so we can tweak it. But we do this now and address later.
Yeah. And so that, and that is the opportunity that we have. We want everyone to take advantage of the promotions. And if it's someone brand new, it's a little tricky. Are you going to share the promotion? I always want to do what's best for them, and so you did the right thing. You did the right thing. Yep.
Yeah, I was just wishing maybe we can get the company to look at it from PV volume. If it's a match or exceeds the core kit, then give us the same amount of points.
Well, anytime there's a promotion, we're paid on personal volume, PV or business volume that's related. And when they reduce the price of something, they have to always balance the numbers. And so that's why the volume, the business volume, will be decreased when there is an additional value, like when you're getting 1, 2, or 3 sleeves of the other sleeves other than the stem cell patches, the volume, the PV goes down because they're getting a better price. And it's a delicate balance. And I'll tell you, when I learned about people that write compensation plans, it's a really amazing mind that they have because they only can pay out so much. They have to reward the right behaviors. One thing affects something else. It's a very complex mind. And God bless Gregory and David Jumper that understand how to do this. And the company. And so that's the way it has to work in order to make the numbers work right, because they can't overpay, because if they did that, they wouldn't have enough money to run the business. And so when there is a promotion, the volume does go down. It just does. Yep. And we get to accept that. Yeah.
But if you enroll them as a preferred customer with a promotion, you're still getting a point.
You're
right?
getting points. You always get points, but the volume will be lower on anything that's promoted with with an opportunity like that. Yeah. It always goes down.
But what I somebody as a brand partner with the promo plus additional sleeves, because I didn't do a kit, I wouldn't get any points towards the qualification period on that brand partner enrollment.
That's correct. That's
But why
correct.
do you get a point when you enroll somebody as a preferred customer with a promo?
It's not a kit, it's a preferred customer. They bought something.
So there's what you should do is enroll them as a preferred customer, and then when they have their first enrollee ready to go, upgrade them to a brand partner.
Well, I love the way you're thinking. And let's talk offline, and maybe we can construct a suggestion to send to the company so that maybe we can get some points for that. Okay? If there's a certain volume order, it's a possibility. Okay.
Thanks, Robin. Yeah, thanks for going to bat for us.
They're always, we have close relationships with all of the corporate executives, and we're in touch with them regularly, and they hear from us a lot with our ideas.
That's why I'm talking to you.
And so if you can write up your suggestion, Allie, I will make sure it gets into the right hands. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Great. Okay, Miss Lynn, I just started your video. I can't wait to listen to more. Oh my gosh. Amazing, amazing, amazing.
Thank you. Yes, I think it's up to 58,000 views on the Sean Atwood show. So,
oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
It's astounding. And I've had so many people reach out to, of course, because they want to be involved in LifeWave. And I wanted to say, first of all, it's wonderful to see your face. And I was just thinking today when this new financial opportunity came out with the company, I was just thinking this afternoon, I've got to call Jen and see if someone will come on tonight and teach us this, because I have so many people who are excited. Karen's on tonight, and right before the show, we're having a meeting, and I said, you won't believe what the company has done. I mean, they're going to be rewarding us. The enhanced compensation plan was huge enough that now this on top of what we're earning, wonderful opportunity, especially for our new people. And I have so many people who reach out that want this opportunity, Robin. I had just a couple today, and one said, I want to get healthy, and then I want to help other people get healthy, but that includes her finances. She wants healthy finances. And then I had someone else reach out who's retired, and she said it is so hard to find work to supplement, yourself with something that aligns with what's good. And we offer, what's good. We offer the light. We offer something that's very, very positive. And now we have this enhanced compensation plan. So I just had to say thank you for coming on. That was my hope today, that we would receive training. And I'm so excited about this, and my people are excited. It's going to help. I have so many people that want to build, and this is going to help them be able to do that even more. So kudos to the company. Our leadership team is amazing.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you so much. And like Michael said earlier, it is an amazing opportunity. I had no idea what was going to happen to our lives and our business. No idea. And, being in the right, real estate's location, businesses, timing. Well, everyone who's here, you guys have the right timing. And, to work with an inventor, we will never have Me Too products ever. I mean, it's just so wonderful to work with a visionary and see the world through his eyes of what's possible and how we can be of service. And what you said, Lynn, about giving people hope that their health and their wealth can transform, because people are not well financially. The top 10 things that people suffer from all go down to one thing, which can be financial. I talked to my book coach today. Gregory and I are writing a book on network marketing, and you'll be hearing about that in the near future. And we have a wonderful testimonial from Michael. And she did this research of where are people hurting. And the top 10 things all go back to one thing, which is financial. And so if we can really enhance people's financial health, it can affect, the stress. It's one of the top reasons that couples get divorced is money. And it's really, really sad because it doesn't have to be that way. And we have a solution. So we want people to see that they're here and they want to be here and that LifeWave is the bridge to help them get there. So thank you for that, Lynn. Yeah, Christopher, hi.
Hi there. Did you mention you were gonna present something or talk about the X2O? I was just curious. Did you
I
already discuss
am.
that?
Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Thank
Okay.
you.
So the X2O, what's happening right now this month, they're very, very busy manufacturing. And the first phase is going to replace the units because they're upgraded. So those of us that got units already will be replaced. Some people had some challenges with theirs. Those will be replaced. And then the second stage, coming in March, will be all the people that were at the conference because they were told that they'd be able to order. So they're next in line. And then it's open for everybody after that. So in the next few months, it'll be available for everyone. And, Michael's had experience. We've had experience. Gregory gets up in the morning at like 5 something, runs a few things of water, packages them up, drives across town to some friends and we're personally witnessing dramatic changes happening with people. I mean, this one woman was in hospice and she had actually said goodbye to everyone. And now she's out and about. And it's amazing what we have on our hands. And David Schmidt did share with me before our conference at our leadership retreat, he goes, of all the things he's ever done, he's never had so many. And this is what David said to me, dark forces trying to keep this technology at bay. And so just know that it seems like the company's not keeping their promises, but it's been things beyond their control. So give them a little lax because they have so wanted it to be out. But so many strange things have happened, like that happened to us today, unexpected things that get in the way. And so he said, as of the other day, when I talked to Garrett yesterday, everything's on track. And so we just get to be patient. It will be worth it. It will be worth it. So, we were gifted a unit and then we were able to purchase a unit and we placed it with a friend who has a colon therapy clinic and has some Tesla coils and some other frequency equipment like a Hocket. And she uses it in her colonics. And it has absolutely transformed. She used to give 5 to 10 colonics. Now she gives only 2 because everything's working better. And she actually puts the water in a spray bottle and finds when you spray it on skin, amazing things happen. And so we're going to just hear so many incredible stories and are very excited about that. And thank you, everyone, for your continued patience. It is coming. It really is. Okay. Thanks for bringing that up. Lisa.
It'll be worth the wait.
It'll be worth the wait. Absolutely. Lisa. You want to unmute, hon? There you go.
And
Uh-oh. Okay. Well, is there anyone else? Jen, is there anything else you want me to cover? And I know you guys are busy, busy, busy back there, and God bless you. I want to acknowledge the people behind the scenes because we have several admins on our Facebook groups, and we're constantly monitoring things in protection of our community. And Roxanne and Jen, God bless you guys for all that you do for this community. What a difference you're making, and people have no idea what goes on behind the scenes that looks really smooth on the outside, but they're busy underneath. They're very
Tonight
busy.
was different, Robin. I'll tell you, Michael, we have been under attack tonight, big time. But I texted Michael, and I'll announce it because I think it's important for YouTube. And he said he will edit this out. We will have a good video because it's brilliant. And I thank you. And you guys have no idea how horrified I am whenever anything like this happens because I'm still a prude, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, we did it. And Roxanne and I have learned what to do with these people. And if I don't know your name, you're not coming on now. So there you go. Okay.
Yeah, and, what we've done in the past, because we've had attacks like this before, we basically make it stricter, and we used to have it available for the public. Of course, that obviously won't work out, but eventually, people share the link, and it sometimes gets into the wrong hands. So what we have to do is we have to redo this link. So if you're using this link and thinking that you're going to come in and use it again next time, and Monday and Friday, it's not going to work, right? So we're going to redo the links, and we'll just distribute them directly to the people that are involved in the business directly through probably the email. It'll be right there. But please don't post it anywhere else to share. If you do, that's what we get. So I'll edit out the silliness that we saw, and I'll repost it. It'll be easy to do this one because it's not on YouTube. I have to take the YouTube channel down and then or edit out that little visual nastiness and then move forward. But yeah, it is like Robin said. I've heard from the back channel, and she kind of brought it up, that this company is under massive attack, and you guys can see why, because we're helping to change humanity in a very, very positive way, and there are forces that don't like that.
And God bless you, Michael, and all the other truthers out there that have such courage and are under constant attack. This is just one video, one show, but you're getting it all the time. And, your strength is such a beautiful example for all of us, and I think Kathy O'Brien said it so beautifully. She goes, the reason she survived all that she went through when she was MK Ultra is she did not let the fear take her over. And so, and for Lynn, people that have been exposed to so much, it's like, get bigger than it and not allow it to control you. That's so powerful. Yeah. Hey, TJ. Hi.
So that should be more confirmation to everyone that watches this, because some of you that are going to watch this are like, what are they talking about? But there is definitely some things that are out there. And if you're getting attacked like this, you're like, we always say, you're over the target, but it is obviously something that's very valuable for humanity. And there's, like I said, there's dark forces out there. We try to expose them the best we can to take them down, but sometimes they show themselves, and that's horrific, right? And that's just inhumane. Unfortunately, Lynn can talk about this, and a lot of other people can talk about this, the way these people are. So, I don't want to go into, take away from the show, but this is a very, very powerful company and a very, 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 very powerful product. It is of God, and David says it's from God. So that's, always going to be under attack where it's come from. So thanks, everybody, for coming. Thank you so much, Robin. Excellent information as always. And everybody that contributed, really appreciate that. And remember, your link for this show is no longer going to work. So stand by for a new link coming forward. All right.
Right.
Lots of love to you guys.
Thanks,
have a great night.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you, Michael,
everyone.
Jen, and Roxanne. Thank
everyone.
you.
I need Lynn's prayers over us all.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, team. Hey, our God is bigger than any problem.
There you go.
I love vibration. Kicks them out.
End on a happy note with a big smile.
Love
Thank you.
vibration.
We already
I don't know about you guys.
People, but I should. I probably should. But I'm not ready to send love out to them yet.
Thank you, everybody.
You know how love destroys evil, so you got to do it.
But yeah, let's all pray.
Ghost, thank you so much for joining me. Man, dude, so much going on. Like, we got Mexico popping off. I heard we have special teams. I got word that we have special operations running in Mexico. More Green Beret and Navy SEALs are in there. Maybe you can validate that. And now we're bombing Iran. Welcome.
Always good to be with you, buddy. Yeah, there is an awful lot going on. And I know there's a lot of trepidation about Iran. I've heard a lot of negative as much as I've heard of the positive. But I'll leave you with this. That country will not have a military or nuclear or any semblance of capability before this is all over with. I think within 7 to 10 days outside, they'll neutralize their ability to fire on other countries. We took a hit in Oman at a naval base. I think it was the naval headquarters. They knocked out a radar dome. And I think there was a few small hits in Israel, but we've hit them so hard in their sensitive places right now and shut down comms and everything. It's going to be what it is. And I know people are afraid of regime change. It's going to be messy. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. There was preparation for this for years with coordination. Mossad didn't have to work too hard to get a lot of the intel, if not most of the intel they have internally in Iran, to know that the people, 85 to 90% of their population was hardcore on board with them taking out this regime. Now, if people really understood how bad this regime has been since 79, the original Ayatollah Khomeini, and now Khomeini, this is a good thing overall. No, it's going to be messy. We may lose some people, we may lose some assets, but when all is said and done, they won't have a navy and they won't be able to fire a ballistic missile.
How bad is this going to get? I mean, I feel, honestly, Ghost, like this is going to be swift and fast. We're going to take them out. They are no match for us. That's how I feel. And then at the same time, we're running operations in Mexico. Am I right about this?
Yes, they've been there long before everything heated up. It's been reconnoitered for a long time.
Okay. So I have friends on both sides of the border, right? And, you know, I got friends in low places. And I mean,
it always helps.
Yeah, but yeah, absolutely does. I grew up with these people on both sides, and you know, I'm hearing just through the grapevine that cartels they're not worried, man. They're preparing. And
they should be worried.
Yeah. Well, okay. They're preparing because they're worried, but they're like ready to fight is what I'm hearing. Obviously, I'm hearing they're ready to, but I'm also hearing from other sources that our special ops are in there and just handling business. And
they're hammering very quietly and not lightly. They're getting key people in all of them. And the first thing with that kind of operation, you're talking about they've got some serious weaponry. They've got some serious capabilities, like as far as tech and IT, everything. They had the money to buy the best that they could possibly buy, so they've done that. They've semi-trained up their people. Some you do have a lot of professionals working with them that are, you know, on the wrong side of the fence in Mexico. But you also had us doing what we're doing, training their federal police, trying to weed out with them the bad actors that are in their ranks that always remain silent, and then teaching them as well as going way ahead and taking care of this. This ties into China. This ties into a lot of other nations. It's a very complex situation in Mexico, but ultimately, yeah, they're gearing up and they're ready to fight these cartels. It's the dumbest mistake they could ever make. They have no idea. Venezuela was the tip of the iceberg. They don't want, for us not to lose personnel or the fewest possible, certain things will be brought out. And the public won't even know they were used. They'll just know the effects of them. And the idea that these people are easily tracked and identified and can always be
the raids were first, obviously, to nullify or neutralize the threat here in America, correct? That's why the ICE raids happen, so that when we do go into Mexico and we do go into Iran, those are neutralized threats here on our soil?
Right. I'll give you an example. I remember I said it months ago when they captured those first 13 Iranians and put it out on the news. That was a little thing to say, hey, people, they're here and we're getting them. There were about estimated over 10,000 well-trained IRGC connected and other Muslim Brotherhood groups connected people here. It's down to around 1,000, if not less. And that had those things as well as cartel and caches of weapons the obvious. All of that had to be neutralized as far as possible before this trigger was pulled. Venezuela, different story. Cuba looks like it'll be a soft takeover. The people want it. The people want it there. I have networks, abilities to reach into Cuba and get a lot of information. And the people want it. They didn't want to be a state, so there was no chance of communism ever coming back on that island or anything close to it ever again, because they've had enough. They've seen how their family members who left and made lives over the last 50 years in this country have done well, very well. And believe me, on Cuba, they need everything from, as my friend says, toothpicks to satellites and everything in between. And they have a lot of, the potential for Cuba is amazing as far as tourists, as far as agriculture. The finest tobacco in the world grown in a 100 square mile valley and area. I happen to have a very dear friend who has an interest in one of the largest plantations there that grows this tobacco. And all of this, the fishing industry, Cubans are not allowed to fish. You're not allowed to go out and commercially fish, even if it's a 14-foot skiff in a bay. That's how downtrodden they are. And it's very similar to the people in Iran. If you look at the pictures of the cities and towns in Iran, they take a shot down the street and people aren't on them.
After we neutralize these threats, will public arrests start taking place?
That's what I think. I give that a very high probability, and around, if not before, the 4th of July, for symbolic reasons.
And that's why they're putting Hillary on blast right now. They're putting her, they're masquerading her in public to show how full of shit she is, and I guess villainizing her.
A lying, murderous bitch. Excuse me.
Yeah,
in my humble opinion.
Yeah. So I guess this is leading up to the big finale. I mean, we have to eliminate Iran because that's who they were going to use for World War III, right? I mean, that was going to be the trigger, or the, activate cells in America, and then use Iran to create World War III, Muslims against Christians, Jews, holy war. Am I right?
It's not going to happen that way.
Right, but that's what they wanted.
Yeah, that's what they want.
That's why we're neutralizing them.
Look at what's happened in the past 6 years. Okay, and we talked about this on your show. Ukraine, a globalist waypoint for anything they wanted to do. Anything. Yes, we know how it was created. Yes, we know about the Orange Road, all of that, and Zelensky. But look at the condition they're in now. 10 million have left the country as refugees in the surrounding countries. All right? Everyone wants to demonize the Russians because that's what the propagandists want you to see. Putin did his part in taking them out. We hit Venezuela. We hit Iran. Now, we're dealing with the cartel issue, which is a very, very big issue. How do people justify not closing off the border and going after them when we know 1 to 2, it was actually 200,000. In the end, you're going to find out how Ukraine, Iran, surrounding organizations, Venezuela, other nations in South America that are changing their ways on their own. Look at Colombia. All right, now whether it's on the surface, everything's revealed in the fullness of time, and it'll be dealt with. And then we're going to make sure certain things in Central America down the line, let's say, restored. And this Iranian action is an action from the Board of Peace, primarily. Who was the first to join that and put $1 billion into it? Putin. So people need to start getting a real perspective on who the real enemy is. It is that supranational, the ones who own the banking system, who want their tech minions to do what they do, want their financial minions to do what they do. All of this is going to change over the next few years. And you will find out just how heavily involved Venezuela, Iran, and several other nations were in ensuring skewed voting in this country for the last 30 years. A combination of them, others say select parties throughout Europe. You're going to see the big picture in time, finally. The ones that I and others have been putting pieces out there to say, think of it this way, think of this way, look at it, suspend your emotions, suspend your bias, suspend your lack of research and knowledge on these geopolitical and internal issues. Start researching them from that standpoint, and you see what the real targets are, the macro. And there are many layers all the way down to the everyday. And once people see that and understand that, yeah, we got to tend to this layer, but it's going to look like this to everyone else because we can't spill all the beans on why. But nevertheless, it will be better for humanity. Nobody can say that getting rid of Maduro wasn't better for the people of Venezuela and humanity. They'll see how it applies, the end humanity applies later. Same with Iran, same with Ukraine. And why the Democratic Party, which has been, and a lot of Republicans, which have been part of an operative wing of these foreign, mostly, and domestic players, about 110, 115 families in total between the two. And how China has positioned themselves as a semi-willing partner of Iran, other places they're trying to infiltrate heavily in South America, because they know who the real enemy is, and they're playing along. If things were to go in a bad way, and they're not, but if they had gone in a certain direction a year or 2 years ago, they would have then been battling it out in future years, in the 2030s, late 20s and 30s. Not a good situation for all of humanity. So all of this is being outed as we speak. I implore people to look deeper. Their regime is over. It will not survive this, no matter what they say, no matter what they put out there. They're going to be that way till the end. They're waiting for the 72 virgin goats. That's what they're going to get. Now, let's make no mistake about that. They're capable of landing some shots on us. They've already got several in. One at the naval headquarters. I believe they took out a radome there. I don't know if anyone was killed. They did manage to kill a poor Pakistani guy in one of the, I think it was Bahrain. It just happened to hit where he lived, and he died. It had nothing to do with anything. Waiting to see what Pakistan says about that, but it's really collateral damage. They'll just say, well, he should have gotten out of there and what have you. But yeah, they're capable of hurting us. They make no mistake about it. We unfortunately, and I say this with a very heavy heart, we're probably going to lose some people in this battle eventually.
We'll have boots in the ground in Iran. I'm hearing we already have boots in the ground in Mexico.
Yeah, we've got, what would be there already and has been there, hiding out in some mountainous regions and in other areas, and entering from a number of different, let's say, less than traveled paths. But they're doing what they do best, and God bless all of them, because they've got a very dangerous and tough job. But we do stand the chance of losing service members and even civilians potentially. And no one's going into this, I don't think, without that understanding. But we're going to hit them so hard. We've got to send in people like the Corps of Engineers when this is over to restore water into Tehran. Tehran now has no water supply. Let's speak of working. Power lines, electric, all the basic, I'm trying to shift gears 3 times here, all the basic services that a country needs to put itself back together, things like that. And we'll make sure, and I'm sure it'll be some type of coalition at that stage. And if not, so what? We'll do it. Maintain, peace while they restore their government. That's all the people of that country want, is for them to restore a non-theistic radical government. They'll probably start with constitutional monarchy and then work their way from there. Let them argue, let them debate, let them persuade one another. What's the best route to go? That's part of nation building, without the violence, without the, okay, your ideas won out, we're going to shoot you, without that nonsense. And I think the Iranian people they're an educated people, they're industrious and mainly homogenous people, and I think they'll work it out the right way. I am not worried, but concerned about what those cartels could do here. As far as small terroristic acts or something even a little more involved, like taking out power generation lines or water supplies, things like that.
I mean, they already know that you shut down our airspace.
Yeah. And they're going to use whatever they have at their hands. And I think a lot of them will go down swinging. They're already getting together and trying to work together as a front, which will be difficult for them, but they are doing it. I know it's on heightened alert down there in at least 23 of the states, let's say. And there are a number of people in positions here who need to get a good spanking and sit behind bars or worse for the rest of their lives for their involvement with them, like the Saudis and a few of the Middle Eastern, the Emirates, made statements like you can't base from here, but as soon as they get hit, as did happen, they say, well, now we're going to defend our space. Now they may do it independently, they may do it limited, they may take a section of the Strait of Hormuz and cause a little mischief there. That all remains to be seen. But I don't see this blowing up into a huge conflagration with China involved or any other major power, because they all know, even though China has a close relationship with them and has been using them as a proxy for many things that come into this hemisphere that have affected our country, no, we can at least neutralize a lot of that. There'll be hot spots in Africa, some in Central and South America, but to a lot lesser degree. In the future, I'm talking years in the future, 3, 5, 7 years in the future. But these, again, will all be residual of these, let's say, foreign networks. But I can tell you this, by the time we and the Israelis are finished with Iran, it's a clean slate for a new nation. And I don't think the people of Iran are going to another over it. They've already lost. 32,000 is the accepted number. It's actually way higher than that. You have the military, their army and naval forces, which number about 750,000. You've had at least 40 to 50,000 people go AWOL. And a lot of those sectors, they have their military divided in sectors in their country, independent of each other as far as operationally. So it's not a top-down structure that they've put rapidly into place. They are doing it that way because they feel that'll be a better way of defense, where I think you will see certain sectors just say, no, we're laying down our arms. We're not fighting. Because they're not IRGC, they're Iranian professional military. And they're not, a lot of them are not in agreement with the regime and going to war with us. They know the reality of it. I would be looking at it because of their idiotic belief systems, and they'll be shown that simply they use the mastery of human intent incorrectly when they look for these times and alignments and things like a blood moon to start some activity, thinking that they're going to be better empowered with it. What I always worry about is a biological release. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm not saying that there's any higher alert on that than there normally is. That's just one of my concerns personally. Having a gut feeling, yeah, and that'll be combated. It has to, or you begin another degradation process again in the healthcare system. We don't need that. Yeah, I look for an uptick potentially domestically with some of these bad actors. And if it's not some type of terrorist kinetic, that's my deepest worry. And that obviously dirty nukes, but we've had sniffers out here. We've had sniffers in the Middle East going, and I think they're pretty much on top of that. Today's sensing equipment, it's very difficult to get away with something like that.
I was going to say there's a lot of, I've had people tell me that there's nukes buried around inside the U.S. that could go off at a certain time, such as now. The deep state would detonate them. Is that is that why we were sending out those drones, those nuke sniffing drones to neutralize that threat? Is that what that was all about?
Yes, because you can't leave anything with them to chance. And I'm not going to lie, that is a possibility.
But did we get them all? Do we know? I imagine we got them all.
I know they nailed a whole lot of them. There may have been recent. I don't know. I do know that that's in their playbook, and it is something to be mindful of because it can happen. To be honest with you, on certain levels, I'm surprised they haven't done it already. They tried to get away with it in November of 19 in Seattle. Didn't work. They were very close to getting away with it.
Yeah, that's what Lonnie says.
Yeah, he and I had a very busy time that weekend, and others had a much busier time, believe me. And it's something to be mindful of, yes.
So Guantanamo Bay just expanded, and it's not for terrorists. It says here on February 7th, 2026, the Pentagon approved $500 million for emergency construction at Guantanamo Bay. Not renovation, but expansion. 89 new holding cells, 3 new courtrooms, a medical wing, and a communication blackout facility that didn't exist before.
Add that to the $650 million he did in his first term down there.
So obviously, Trump just tripled its capacity. The question is, who's it for? The tribunals have started. January 15, 2026, Trump signed Executive Order 14189, reactivating military tribunal authority for civilian cases involving national security. The media didn't cover it, not one headline. This means civilians can now be tried by military courts if their crimes involve treason, trafficking, or
treason. Right.
So that's going to tie up all the dirty politicians because they're involved in trafficking, espionage, and treason.
Well, look at their actions. Look at
look at Ilhan Omar. She's screwed.
Yeah,
people are going away.
Hardcore going away.
So here's
all day long.
Unmarked, unscheduled, manifest classified February 1st, 2 flights, 14 passengers, February 8th, 3 flights, 22 passengers, February 14th, 1 flight, VIP configuration, 4 passengers only, February 19th, 4 flights, 31 passengers, largest single day. February 22nd, 2 flights departed at 3:17 a.m. Who flies to Gitmo at 3 a.m.? February 25th, 3 flights still ongoing, 47 flights, 200 plus passengers, 25 days. This is wild, man. January, connect the dots, it says here. January 31st, Epstein files, 318 names. February 7th, Gitmo expansion, 500 million. February 12th, Norway PM charged. February 15th, Goldman Sachs lawyer resigns. February 19th, Prince Andrew arrested same day, 4 flights to Gitmo. February 22nd, El Mencho eliminated, 2 flights at 3 a.m. February 24th, Lord Mandelson arrested, fleeing to airport. February 25th, Trump, justice is coming. every resignation, every arrest, every flight connected.
Yes, it is.
327,000 sealed indictments.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
there's more than that actually, but those are the primary.
Wow.
And that's just the
I
beginning.
wish. I mean, I just wish this was public so people could see this. Enough of the speculation. Like, let's just see it already, man. But I know that's coming.
There's reasons why, and it's very complex. And to go into those reasons would be to tip a hand, and I'm not going to do that.
People would be losing their shit.
Yeah, they'd be losing their shit because they have a little more to see before it's the bandage is pulled off. And it's coming. If this wasn't happening, we would our children and their children would not have a good future. And the whole thing with all of this is we're honoring the sacrifices of the past in our country and others. And if we don't do this and stiffen your spine, stand up, start speaking out where you know there is corruption in your state, in your offices, stiffen your spine, find a way, whistleblow. There's protections out there. Look into all that first. Communicate and speak out. And people are going to realize you have to take more of a role in the everyday workings of your community, your state, your county, your state, etc., than you ever have, or you wind up with situations like New York City. It's not going to go well for that idiot in the long run, and everyone knows it. And look at all the trouble he's had so far. Where's the money supposed to come from, Mandami? You have a lot of people running for cover that nobody knows in state legislatures and state law enforcement because the cartels did not get to every square mile of the continental and extended U.S. because law enforcement did their job. And that's from unfortunately, you're going to find FBI on down. A lot of them have been retired or fired, but they still have yet to face the music. And it's justly and rightly due. And if we don't rip off this bandage eventually when the time is right, and it's going to sting, we're not doing our
I'll
jobs
be honest with you.
future.
I'm thoroughly impressed with this operation. The way they've nullified and neutralized the threats. I thought by now car bombs would be going off in the U.S. I thought for now civilian casualties would be happening. I thought a lot of mayhem. I'm thoroughly impressed with this operation, man. This is so strategic.
Yeah, and it shows you what good people in the right positions, the right motivations, the right technology, equipment, and interfacing. It shows you what can be done. And it all needs to be done. We've all got kids or grandkids. They're going to have children and on. We don't do this now. We're not doing anyone a service.
It has to be taken care of. And now's the time to act.
Nasara Jasara, global currency reset, activated across the globe on Friday, February 27, 3 p.m. PDT. Shotgun release of GCR notifications over the next 72 hours. It's the end of poverty, end of debt, and beginning of a new golden age. Watch for blackout, days of darkness, martial law. Be prepared with water, food, cash, essentials. Have patience, trust the plan. Pray, God always wins. Judy note, on Friday, February 27th at 3 p.m. PDT, there was a shotgun release of the global currency reset liquidity for Tier 4B. Notifications to set bond redemption and foreign currency exchanges over the next 72 hours. On Thursday, February 26, 2026, the final sequence of Trump's plan to save the world activated with a 48-hour countdown to a worldwide blackout and 10-day global stay-home order by the Global Military Alliance. The EBS override of mass media will bring in temporary martial law, Sunday, March 1st or Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. During that time, the military's emergency broadcast system will override mass media to continue their mass arrests and expose a highly organized. Be prepared for the soon-to-hit 10 days of darkness with water, food, cash. Banks will be closed and ATMs and credit debit cards won't work, and other essentials to last you, your neighbors, and loved ones during a 10-day worldwide lockdown. The military will have food on hand for those who need it. The Federal Reserve's final days. The Federal Reserve is being dismantled and absorbed into the U.S. Treasury under Trump's direct control. The private banking cartel that has dictated monetary policy since 1913 is finished. Seizure of stolen wealth. The military alliance is conducting mass asset seizures, taking back trillions stolen by the globalist elite. These funds will be returned to the people. The IRS is being abolished. The corrupt tax system designed to funnel wealth to the elites is over. A new fair tax system is replacing it, one that eliminates income tax and introduces a small flat sales tax on non-essential goods. The global currency reset has started. Every GESARA-compliant nation is transitioning to a gold-backed currency. The fiat dollar finished. Beware scammers, especially on Telegram, where they still have numerous accounts under my name and picture that I have never set up nor reported on. They quote me on things I have never said nor written. Evidently, people have written me there on a chat, but they do not give me access to the chat, so I have no idea what the readers are told. I'm sure many of the accounts there suffer the same problem. Although Telegram is a great place for information, you have to discern what is right or wrong, especially when they ask for money for products or to set up wallets on the new financial system. It is my understanding that you have to set up your wallet on the new financial system in person at an official redemption center, and that setup is free. Possible timing. Wednesday, February 25th, 2026, global currency reset ignited across 209 nations. Thursday, February 26th, 2026, EBS activation, clock ticking, initial signals in 100 plus cities within 48 to 72 hours. Starlink grid dominant. Cabal satellites silenced permanently. Starting Saturday, February 28th, 2026, a 48-hour blackout would begin for a GESARA wealth drop. Sunday, March 1st or Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, worldwide blackout locks us indoors under martial law. The EBS will bypass all media and speak the truth to every home. No more lies, no more censorship. The elites' last defense is collapsing and Trump is fighting for humanity. FEMA's entire operation will be exposed. The stolen funds, missing people, trafficking. FEMA's camps will become prisons for those who once ran them. Tuesday, March 3rd to Tuesday, March 10th, 2026. EBS launches Days of Darkness. Media satellites down. Martial law locks down, exposing how elites hoarded this tutorials globally via EBS, exposing how elites hoarded this tech for centuries while poisoning the masses. Stock 10 to 12 days, food, water, cash, banks, ATMs, dark. And Monday, March 9th, Michael Jackson returns to Torch Hollywood. Zim redemption starts. Friday, February 27th, military EBS activates worldwide over cell phones. Global alliance sweeps satanic deep state pedophiles and mass arrests. Stock up on food, water, cash for 10 to 12 days of darkness. The storm is unleashed. Patriots, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Patriots, the hammer drops now. Trump's global military alliance triggers the military emergency broadcast system across cell phones, TV, radio, and internet, smashing through fake media blackouts. Worldwide blackout strikes Sunday, March 1st or Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, locking us indoors under martial law as over 500,000 sealed indictments unleash massive arrests of Satan-worshipping treasonous elites. BRICS QFS seizes Cabal monetary control. February 25th, 2026, global currency reset ignites across 209 nations. Fiat dies, asset-backed currencies surge under ISO 20022, Tier 4B payouts explode, Zim redemptions skyrocket, $15 million settlements, humanitarian projects unleashed. HSBC quietly swaps IQD V&D for insiders. Public floodgates next. EBS launches 10 to 12 Days of Darkness Tuesday, March 3rd to March 10th. 48-hour blackout for Jassara wealth drops and 8-hour documentaries in 77 languages, 24/7. Exposing Clinton trafficking, election fraud, biolabs, WEF crimes, child rescues, elite tribunals. Starlink beams raw truth, no censorship. U.S. Inc. revealed as 1871 foreign banker corporation. Constitutional Republic restores. Names drop. Gitmo tribunals execute. Fannie Willis colluded with Biden White House. DOJ Jan 6 committee. Piercing privilege, granting Fed access. Sole source grants. Double jeopardy lawfare to bleed Trump allies dry. Cases collapsed but treason exposed. Project Odin. Comms blackout. Media satellites down. Martial law. Stay home. Pray. Stock. 10 to 12 days. Food, water, cash, banks, ATMs. Dark. Then glorious rebirth. Trump. Worst things happen when people stop thinking. Let negative influence breed dictators. Stop it personally for world sanity. Michael Jackson returns March 9th to torch Hollywood. Pedo Cabal. Nuremberg 2.0 rolls. Traitors hang. Republic rises. Rage, discern, prepare. Where we go one, we go all. Thursday, February 26th, midnight window opening. All systems go. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Military sources. QFS accounts full sync. Prosperity packages prime for Tier 4B humanitarians. Tier 4B redemption centers on standby. IQD V&D Zim rates aligning rapidly. Project Odin plus EBS final sequence initiated. Controlled blackouts to shield the transition. Epstein Zorro ranch files surfacing. Horrors exposed. Justice swift. Mobilized post-darkness. 8 million plus arrests confirmed via CIA databases. Traitors removed. The Almighty orchestrates the fall of the wicked. Trust the timing. The light is coming. Guru information and intel. Friday, February 27th. Q drops bombs. It had to be this way. 107 on Telegram. The storm is here, patriots. Trump's master plan unfolds exactly as the Q drops foretold. It had to be this way. The Epstein files are exploding right now in February 2026, ripping the veil off the elite pedophile networks tied straight to ancient evil, who have ruled humanity for millennia. This isn't distraction. This is the arrow pointing directly to the alien agenda enslaving us. White hats are striking hard. Cartels in Mexico crumbling under massive military blows. Hezbollah, Hamas alliances plotting desperate strikes on American soil, but extraction teams stand ready to rescue innocents. The deep state pushes chaos to divert eyes from the truth. But Trump flips the script. Both sides weaponize Epstein revelations. Yet the White Hats turn it against the cabal. Arrests loom massive. Time for maximum impact. No slow drip, no digestion time. It all crashes at once. Financial reset, earth changes accelerating, full disclosure detonating like a supernova. Epstein presidents since Eisenhower, gagged by shadow government threats. Kennedy tried disclosure and paid the price, but Trump has the biggest cojones. Executive orders stripping pedos of assets, turning Epstein assets against the machine. Clones, doubles, off-planet colonies for the guilty. No escape. Yeah, the truth is going to shock people because we're dealing with aliens and trafficking off-planet. I mean, it goes deep if you follow those rabbit holes. What we think we know as of Saturday, February 28, 2026. Friday, February 27. One of President Trump's top immigration officials has revealed a key piece of strategy as the administration continues its work towards reducing illegal alien presence in the U.S. Darren Margolin, director of the Executive Office for Immigration Review, who estimates illegals present in the U.S. to be 25 to 30 million, has shared that the administration will focus on improved efficiency in immigration courts as a way to facilitate future deportations. Friday, February 27th, the owner of Smartmatic electronic voting machines is a board member of George Soros's Open Society Foundation. Big surprise there. It has been proven that Smartmatic voting machines were designed to be controlled by foreign entities and could and did change votes at will. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Friday, February 27th, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem just exposed the deep state nightmare on live TV, saying Elon Musk personally helped her uncover spying software embedded on her phones. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Friday, February 27th, Epstein Files expose 69-page DEA memo detailing a 2010 to 2015 probe into wire transfers tied to drugs and prostitution in the U.S. Virgin Islands and New York. It tracked around $50 million in suspicious transfers to France, Switzerland, the Cayman Islands, and New York, naming 14 redacted associates. The memo uncovers additional Epstein probes with ICE cases in West Palm Beach, Paris, and Las Vegas, plus an FBI investigation from 2006 to 2015. Southern District New York prosecutors who arrested Epstein in 2019 were allegedly unaware of this DEA investigation. Project Odin Martial Law on Telegram. Friday, February 27th, it has been found that the pineal gland was completely destroyed. Friday, February 27th, boom. Fake news lied. Trump and Kennedy never retreated. Target forced to ban artificial dyes from all cereals by May 2026. War on toxins. Friday, February 27th, South Carolina, H4624, the Clean Air Act explosion. Climate engineering evidence report. Dane Wigington exposes global atmospheric poisoning. Friday, February 27th, military intel. Massive Trump armada surrounds Iran. U.S. orders non-essential staff out of Israel. Naval deployment. Strategic bases, and Trump's clock is ticking. Friday, February 27th, breaking. New warning from Edward Snowden. His chilling prediction is unfolding in real time, and the West is next. Government fraud. Friday, February 27th, 2026, Senator Eric Schmidt just dropped the hammer. Criminal prosecutions are coming for the massive fraudsters, and we are talking potentially $1 trillion stolen every year. Minnesota, I think that's the tip of the iceberg, could be $1 trillion a year of fraud. That's happening in this country. Just left a confirmation hearing for the lawyers, for the lawyer that's going to be in charge of prosecuting all of this fraud that we've seen. Schmidt's fired up for the hardworking American. I just think of the guy that's working his tail off, swinging the hammer, driving the truck. He deserves better than that. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Friday, February 27th. Joe Biden's senior climate policy advisor directed $5 billion taxpayer dollars to an NGO that she worked at. She previously worked for them, so she sent money to the organization, $5 billion. Is that not blatant corruption? This wasn't the only time this happened. Congressman Eric Burleson. Democrats gave grants to their friends and NGOs that they used to work for, and gives more examples. $5 billion is very difficult to spend. $5 billion is an absurd amount of money. Cue the storm rider. Friday, February 27th, breaking. Ilhan Omar is done. The rats are scattering, and most of them are begging reporters to hear their stories. Whistleblowers now confirm her campaign funneled a massive amount of money to her husband's firm, while Somali-linked networks in Minneapolis, fraud schemes in history. Hundreds of millions stolen. She knew, she benefited, she covered for them. This isn't community outreach. This is corruption on steroids. Return of Q on Telegram. Election fraud. Friday, February 27th. Election data analysis finds over 432,000 votes were removed from President Donald Trump across at least 15 counties. 12,000 votes were directly swapped from Trump to Biden in Bibb County, Georgia. 30,000 votes were removed from Trump in Georgia. Trump votes were algorithmically decreased. Election data showed Trump's votes decreasing at multiple time points, which is abnormal since vote counts typically only increase unless there's an error. Data patterns discovered that were impossible, like sudden massive spikes and then a return to normal. More than 400,000 errors identified in Pennsylvania alone. Friday, February 27th, Obama's secret stay-behind army. It's time to purge and shatter the deep state into a million pieces. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. In 1979, under President Carter, the Senior Executive Services, SES, was created as a nonpartisan corps of career managers to implement federal policy equivalent to general officers in the military. During Obama's first term, 2009 to 2013, a gradual purge of patriots began across government agencies, including intelligence and military, transforming the SES into a tool for political control. In 2012, amid the Benghazi attack, Obama fired key military leaders like General Carter Ham, U.S. Africa Command, and Rear Admiral Chuck Guet for defying stand-down orders, part of a broader military purge that removed 9 senior generals, 2 nuclear commanders, and 197 high-ranking officers. By December 15, 2015, 6 months after Trump announced his candidacy and rose in polls, Obama signed an executive order making SES members nearly impossible to fire, accelerating the replacement of over 6,000 to 8,000 SES positions, with loyalists committed to his Transformation of America agenda. By the end of Obama's second term in 2016, these embeds saturated agencies, e.g. 821 in Justice, 639 in Homeland Security, 478 in Defense, forming a stay-behind army to sabotage Trump. This network fueled the 2016-2020 insurance policy against Trump, including Russiagate, Mueller probe, and impeachments, orchestrated from Obama's shadow ops in D.C. Exposure is key. Trump's Hunter era is dismantling it. Friday, February 27th, Obama knew the Russia collusion narrative was false and that Trump was innocent because they were the ones that engineered the coup themselves. They spied and set him up to not just subvert President Trump, but to run a coup and undermine the United States of America itself in order to cover up their decades of crimes and corruption and maintain control over the people to continue their reign of tyranny and destruction of America. All roads lead to Obama. Epstein Files. Friday, February 27th, Marilyn Monroe was mentioned in the Epstein Files, and she died in 1962. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. The island didn't just start with Epstein in 1998. It goes back, way, way back to medieval times. And Epstein was not the first. And his island is not the only island. He is the fall guy. And they are giving us a glimpse of just the tip of the iceberg. Marilyn Monroe, Norma Jean DiMaggio, United States of America, Department of Defense, Washington, D.C., Non-Combatants Certificate of Identity, February 8, 1954, property of U.S. government, card serial number 129278, issuing office, OPM, CT Military Service, U.S. Army.
I think by now we're ready to get rid of the fake government that runs the reality TV show called The United States, because we're all sick and tired of it. Think about it for a minute. What does this so-called government of yours actually do these days? They stage mass shootings with cross-dressing men. I don't know if they really, or if it's all fake, but that's not the sort of thing the government should be doing. The other thing they're trying very hard right now is to yet again start World War III They're trying everything in their power to start war with Iran. And I have a message for the U.S. military. Anybody in the military who attacks Iran on behalf of Israel will be guilty of treason and will face the death penalty. If you try to start a war with Iran on behalf of a country that is run by, and this is not going to be allowed to continue. And let's take a pause and listen to Trump talk about how he is just an actor. Watch this clip about him just repeating about central casting. So who are these people who are running this reality show pretending to be a government? Well, I went to Italy. I met some of them. People who hide in the shadows, like Leo Zagami, who told me that they ran, Obama, and they. Then you have people like Jared Kushner, who are now running a obviously fake and evil Trump, the real one, who worked with the U.S. Patriots and the U.S. Space Force, has not been seen, but the U.S. Space Force is on the case, and right now the Anglo-Saxon people are getting ready to remove these Satan-worshipping criminals from the top of their power structure. I'm sure you saw the news that Prince Andrew was arrested. This is the first time a British royal has been arrested in 400 years. The last one was beheaded. But this is serious. This means that they are actually cleaning out these criminals from the government. Something similar is happening in Canada. And we also noticed that the controllers of the fake U.S. show were trying to bypass the United Nations with this so-called Board of Peace for Gaza. They managed to get representatives of less than 10% of the world's population to participate in this facade, this farce. And you can be sure the participants are both bribed and blackmailed. And this means that for example, President Erdogan of Turkey is attending. He's definitely compromised. If you're a Turkish patriot, you need to remove him because he's a Mossad asset. I'm afraid the same has to be said for Viktor Orban of Hungary. He should not be there. The Habsburgs need to remove him and find someone who's not compromised to lead the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which is now resurgent, by the way, and is fighting to reassert its control over Central Europe and liberate itself from the satanic EU. So that's happening. And again, you'll see that the so-called American government is very isolated now. Germany, France, the UK, Canada, they're not participating in this facade. The UK is not letting the Americans, or should I say the Israelis and their few remaining American slaves use any British air bases, and that includes Diego Garcia, for some attempt to start war with Iran. This is not how we want to decide our future. And the economy in the United States continues to implode. The so-called tariffs have resulted in a drop in U.S. exports, an increase in imports, and it's just been a tax on the American people. Your economy is being destroyed by these criminals. All they're trying to do right now is spend all your future investment money to build an AI control grid so that you don't get liberated from these controllers. And that is going to be taken away from them. The process of deciding what we as a species do in the future must not be in the hands of hidden Satan-worshipping reality TV show scriptwriters. That's not what we were supposed to have as government. We were supposed to have elected representatives of the people doing what the people asked for. And they did not ask for a war with Iran. They did not ask for fake trans shooting events. And they did not ask for all the money to be pumped through the stock market and billionaire insiders instead of handed to the people So this is not going to be allowed to continue. We still expect this thing to continue imploding, but there's no way they're going to put the lid on this. I noticed that the police, local police, have been starting to examine the Zorro Ranch, the Epstein Ranch, in New Mexico, or is it Arizona? I forget. Anyway, this is important because the local police have the jurisdiction, and there's no way the FBI, which is clearly an agency working for Satanists to cover up for the leadership of these blackmailed pedophiles, is not going to be able to stop it. And there are other investigations. Like I say, the fall of Prince Andrew is just the first, but many more will follow. And people like Anderson Cooper Vanderbilt resigning from TV is not going to cut it. If you see the comments everywhere, we're going to remove these people, and if they don't remove themselves, they will end up being facing court-martials and military tribunals. This is now inevitable. And I also want to point out that any mainstream news, this includes a Russian official news agency that's not reporting on this, is compromised. This group of people, this is the Chabad cult that believes people who are not members of their cult, and that includes Jews and other peoples, must be executed or enslaved, and they are the ones we have to remove. We have to systematically remove all Chabad members from their synagogues of Satan, take them in for questioning, and we need to purge the system once and for all. This cannot be allowed to continue. But like I say, we don't expect more action until March. In the meantime, this whole thing is going to implode more and more. But the sheer anger of the population is not going to be swept under the rug. Even though they're trying to distract us with hearings and shows and more revelations, I'm not even, I don't even want to watch any more of these, I don't want to become desensitized. We need to get to the punishment phase now. But, take a look at all this clip about what has been said about Prince Andrew. Why hasn't Hillary Clinton been arrested for ripping the skin off the face of a 10-year-old girl and torturing her to death, as we have video evidence of? Why are these people still there in public? It's already, though, it's happening to the extent that they cannot go outside of the United States and Israel. The Bill Gates, or the actor representing the financial interests of the Microsoft empire, declined to go to India because I guess they're not going to be allowed to get away with this, and it's coming down for sure. And then, and only then, can we start building a future planning agency, which is run by the people, for the people, to create the future we want, not the future they're trying to herd us into. So this dystopian nightmare has to end, and I personally will keep fighting to the very bitter end to make sure it happens. And we've got a critical mass now. It's good to see that the Canadians and the British are on the case, along with the U.S. Space Force, and hopefully the white hats will be able to clean up the United States before it's all too late. There's other things happening in East Asia. South Korea just sentenced their president to life in jail for trying to overthrow the government on behalf of his, Khazarian mafia handlers. I'm not going to say more about Japan, but something will happen here too. And once the Chinese New Year celebration's over, I expect very, very big things to happen. But the most important is we need to replace the satanic state of Israel with Judea, which would be a multi-ethnic, multi-religious state, and it will happen. And that means they will have nowhere else to hide except maybe Argentina. And again, we'll send troops down to Argentina to round them up. We cannot let them escape anywhere. This time, once and forever. So it will happen. Just wait and see. But everybody must take any action they personally can. If you see one of these people in public, and the list has been published, if you see them, you're entitled to make a citizen's arrest. And you're legally allowed to use necessary force if they try to resist arrest. If you're one of their bodyguards, you either arrest them yourself or you will end up in jail too. This is not going to end well for you if you keep protecting these people. And they're about to lose their magic money machine. When that happens, all the hired goons and whores will be gone, and they will be all alone, which is how they're supposed to be. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now, I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Can you give us any information as to this massive buildup of U.S. military in the Middle East preparing to launch an attack on Iran? I know you said last week it's a lot of chest beating and intimidation, but even the Iranian government are now warning of an imminent attack. What are your thoughts on this?
It's very clear that the Israelis know that their blackmail network is imploding, and they know they're going to face justice. So they're going for one last big Hail Mary attempt to start World War III. But even if some U.S. compromised military try to attack Iran, it'll be a very, very catastrophic defeat because 3 U.S. aircraft carriers have already been destroyed, and they've disappeared from the news. Harry S. Truman, the Nimitz, there's one more. Anyway, they're all gone, and 2 more will sink if they try this. The fact is that the Chinese have a very advanced ship there that will destroy any assets that try to attack Iran. The Iranians, by the way, have plenty of gold which they're willing to offer to the American people and to the U.S. military as soon as they shake off this satanic control and end the rule of this Canaanite death cult. But yeah, they're going to try to start a war, and as I said at the beginning, any military who participate on this on behalf of Israel will face the death penalty for treason, unless they're an Israeli citizen, in which case they'll face war crimes trials after Israel falls, and if they're innocent, they won't go to jail. But if they are, they face the legal penalties. Next question.
Hi, Ben. China is a white hat ally, but that does not mean China will not be brutally competitive with other countries, including the United States. Given that, why should China go along with the plan to help overthrow the Khazarians and sanction a Jubilee? If they simply let us continue down the path we're on, the West will cease to be significant, turning China back into the world's superpower. So why would they help us if it doesn't seem to be in their best interest?
Well, first of all, the Chinese are aware that it was largely through Western help that China was able to modernize. And the other thing is that the Chinese like win-win solutions. It's actually better for them to have a prosperous West because it'll mean more markets and more places to sell their wares. And also, they're willing to build mega factories in the United States and Europe because it's in their interest. And even if China doesn't help, the West will still have to bite the bullet, live within its means, and, fix its economic system so that it can once again compete China. Look, China would have never surpassed us if we hadn't become infected with this satanic parasitical cult. There's no way. We would have left them in the dust long ago. We would have already been out in the stars if these people hadn't taken over our system. And once we get rid of them, the West will be strong again, with or without Chinese help. But I understand the Chinese are willing to help because it is in their interest. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I just learned today that as of last week, the Federal Reserve no longer technically exists. It has been backed into the U.S. Treasury, and the Rothschilds' financial control of the people of this world has seemingly ended. If this is true, we have much to celebrate. Have you heard about this, and is there any truth to it?
I have seen announcements that show that the Federal Reserve Board has been put inside the U.S. Treasury, but the U.S. Treasury is being run by Rothschild servants, so it's not over yet. We need to make sure that the entire Rothschild clan is rounded up and removed from control of finances So, yeah, the so-called Federal Reserve Board is part of the Treasury, but look who's running the Treasury. So it's not over yet, and it won't until the U.S. corporation is bankrupted and the United States Republic is restored with the help of England and Canada and Mexico, who are all standing by to help our American friends get rid of these criminals who took over their system. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Getting back to the 40,000 American troops that are being deployed across the Middle East in preparation for a potential war with Iran, do you expect that the United States will actually go through with this?
I think that they're smart enough to realize that any real attack would be a disaster. And, good military minds understand that you don't pick a fight you're going to lose. And they would lose this big time. So I don't think it'll happen. There may be some limited air attacks by compromised assets, but they're not stupid and they're not suicidal, so I don't think it'll happen. But if it does, like I say, it'll be the end of the U.S. military power in the Middle East, and it'll be the end of Israel. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. It says, for months into years, you've been reporting that you have been in talks with these Asian royals who had offered to give $100 trillion to wipe all the debts and essentially have a jubilee. In essence, to wipe the slate clean for everyone, no strings attached. Now today, as in last week, after all your hard work, you have turned down their offer, stating who are they to do this? Well, why now? And who were you when you initially started these conversations? I had thought you were a person of influence whom these people respect and trust. So now what is the master plan, or is there not one?
Well, the reason why we turned down this offer is because it's still magic money created out of nowhere by hidden people. And so the plan now is to have a Bretton Woods type conference. So we replace the government of Keir Starmer, who is a blackmailed pedophile, with a genuinely representative government in the UK, and then we call for an international conference to discuss in public, in front of everybody, with participation of everybody who's interested, and how to fix the financial system so that it reflects the needs of this planet. Already 150 countries have been working on such a process, and this will continue. But like I say, we decided that what we need is not some secret people making magic money out of nothing. We need to have an open international conference to redesign the financial system so that it actually fits the needs of life on this earth. So that's why. Like I say, putting numbers in the computer and saying this is it, we control everything, it's just replacing one secret group with another. We want this to be a public good run by the public and for the public, using the smartest people on earth to help manage it. And so that requires an international public conference. That's what we're calling for now. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next week.
So we have Iran, which is basically being decimated by the leadership and militaries of the White Hat organization. We're going to see this continue probably for several more weeks. The decimation. So the globalists basically took over Iran 47 plus however many years ago, and started to convert it into what they were going to use as a pretty much controlling the world through nukes. So they were trying to get Iran up to the point where they could use the nuclear capabilities that they were helping to develop in Iran to that point. Now, Iran basically was taking all of its oil revenue and putting it into controlling the entire Middle East through their different groups, Hamas, Hezbollah, and many other places, many other groups that there's so many, ISIS, so forth, and then have puppet rulerships in different states like Iraq and so forth. But we're seeing that being decimated right now. So it's been a long-term, movement to that point. The globalist, like I said, we're going to use Iran as basically controlling the world. You get out of line, we're going to nuke you, with our puppets in Iran. So that was the ultimate goal. So that is why, the white hat leadership in different countries and so forth, Saudi Arabia was involved in this. Of course, had to take down the bad leadership that was in Saudi Arabia. So it's been a process. Of course, again, Iran has had their minions and their puppets moving all around the world with the, backing of the globalists. And of course, Iran's oil revenue, which did not go to its people. So its people have been suppressed for 47 years. They have, fled from Iran. They're all around the world. Khomeini, and he was evil incarnate. If you want to pick, a Lucifer type person that incarnated into an individual, he was definitely would be top of the list. And then his minions that surrounded him. Now, the U.S. strike was very interestingly timed because they had an AI system that evidently, they probably knew was part of the deep states. It was woke. It was trying to tell the military, what they were going to do. And I guess at the last minute, just 9 hours or something like that. I think that the AI system was Anthropic. They basically canned it and said that you will be, part of, turning over all of your AI information to the U.S. military. Don't get out of line, right? So they went with another system. And I think the reason why they did that is because Anthropic was infiltrated by the deep state. And they would have been able to control the strike and other strikes by, the white hats. So by going in and taking down, these different systems and controlling them in a positive way, we're able to move forward. Now, there's still within our U.S. government, there's still deep state elements, right? There's still deep state elements within every European country. There's still deep state elements within Saudi Arabia, within Kuwait, within, you name the country, Qatar. Still deep state elements out there, guys. And in some cases, very silent. And in other cases, kind of out. We know who they are, like the Hillary and Bill Clinton's deep state puppets. So they were removed from, their power. Joe Biden, who was executed before he even got to office, and then a puppet, I think, of maybe back and forth, a deep state and, the white hats. Both of them utilized him or that position. So that's part of a bigger picture that's going on right here. So understanding that, we're in a war and, whatever successes that we've had significant successes so far in Iran, but it will continue as far as like the strikes. So the decimation of the Iranian, IRGC, they're basically their military arm, will continue. And I think if they continue their missile strikes, because again, Iran is still under the thumb of the deep state globalist. So they have to continue. And this is what's going to happen for the next several years. Like many of us have been predicting, once this goes kinetic, which the deep state war has now gone kinetic on a massive scale. It's been, little bits here and there, people being exposed, 5-dimensional chess moves and so forth, like we've been talking about for several years. Now it's kinetic. Now the kinetic will reach probably, action will probably reach everywhere, right? So we know that they have basically infiltrated the United States with their terrorist organizations. And at some point, I would say within the next few weeks or so, we're going to start to see kinetic activity from their terrorist cells that are all around the world, right? So again, all of the money, deep state monies, which was substantial and still is, we talk trillions, but they're on the quadrillion dollar level, you know. Now, as things progress and people are taken out, there's going to be multiple victories, but they will have their victories as well, right? This is a war, a widespread war, and once these terrorist activities start, it's going to be devastating. Now, here in America, we're not prepared for it on the level that it's going to happen, right? And Europe is they're probably unbelievably going to devastate Europe, all right? So because they have no guns. Now, we at least have guns, but we're not organized. We should have been organizing years ago, but this is part of the deep state puppetry that's been going on, throughout much of the U.S. to prevent that from happening, against good militia and so forth that could have been forming. So those militias will have to form, and they will form very rapidly. I'm sure there's many of us that are ready to start that process. We just have to get the green light. And the green light may be once the attack starts, and then we just form. So President Trump is a destroyer. He is not the man that's going to create going forward. We are going to create. So he's destroying the deep state, and then it's going to be up to us to create within our own communities, our counties, our states, and so forth, the new America that's going to go forward. So many of these places are going to resist because they have deep state MK Ultra puppetry that's going on in a lot of these states and so forth. Many of these people have probably been taken out at the higher levels, but some of them still remain. And some of them are figureheads. I think Gavin Newsom is just a figurehead. It's easy to see that people like that will probably go to the wayside very quickly. I predicted that for a long time. I predicted that we would probably see this war initiate either this weekend or I said next weekend. And the reason why I don't give specifics is because people watch me and it would have an impact. So I want there to be this, sometimes you have to have a surprise. And that's what happened with the top leadership in Iran. They were probably bunkered down real hard during the night, early morning hours, and then during the day, which very rarely there's strikes, and they thought that their systems would have been able to prevent any attacks, but they got hit at a time where rarely ever are there attacks on the level that happened. So again, I think AI systems that they had developed and implemented at the last minute were able to carry these things off. Now here in the United States, for the last several years, there's been a lot of nuke sniffers. These are planes that fly and they have very sophisticated software and so forth, and scanning devices, and satellite communication, and communication with other aircraft that are in the air, looking for nukes. And they've been flying around, so obviously they've been looking for nukes for several years here in the United States. I believe they have been hunting and finding a lot of these nukes that have been in the United States in many major cities that were going to be set off. All right, so this is one of the reasons why Donald Trump, I believe, stepped back during the 2020 election still, and then he was still in charge. Remember, he got on a plane before he met with the Biden lookalike guy, and so he should have been giving him the biscuit for the nuke codes. and he just got on an aircraft early and flew away. He wasn't at the fake inauguration that had happened earlier, right? So a lot of this is, we've been observing this and talking about this for years. It's not as much well known as it should be at this point. We're at the point now where things are going to start to accelerate, and if you don't have a good foundational understanding of what's happening, you're going to get really confused and maybe even angry and speak out and get involved in some of these ridiculous demonstrations that are happening. Because I've heard from friends that have asked me yesterday, do you think this is all about Israel, protecting Israel? It's like this. No, it's like protecting the world against the deep state. It's a globalist system we're taking down. All right. So fortunately, we have elements within Israel that have been very helpful. Now, again, same thing. Is all of Israel, white hat? No, of course not. There's Rothschild built Israel. Of course, there's it's riddled with deep state elements. Same as the United States, riddled throughout our military and so forth. President Trump, remember we met with all those generals and admirals, maybe a couple months back, and he said, "You're either with us or against us." And I'm 45, 46, and 47. If you don't like that, there's a door. Well, probably a lot of those admirals and generals didn't leave that meeting, right? That's my thoughts. So riddled with deep state guys. They've had many decades to infiltrate and take over. They've had virtually unlimited, funding to create these, pay people off and pay other people to take out people that were not part of their team, that were never going to be converted. All right. So many of us have, been subjected to their terror attacks and attempts at our lives and our families and so forth. But we have been involved in the war for a long time. Unfortunately, many of you have been on another level. So, my background is, 24 years in the SEAL teams and the highest level of SEAL Team 6 with combat experience, in charge of a lot of, organizations, create a lot of organizations within the SEAL teams, very, very high level stuff, work with very, very high level people, and very, very high level top secret stuff. So I get to see a lot of stuff. And I saw over time, especially as I got out and started to work as a security contractor for the CIA for 11 years, the deep involvement of the deep state within a lot of these institutions. And for the most part, they've taken over many of these institutions. They even made a run at the SEAL teams and were very close to controlling the SEAL teams. And Donald Trump came in and basically started cleaning that up. So there is a lot of cleanup that still needs to be done within our country, and we're going to have people on there going to talk about that. In our states, of course, California being one of the worst, Illinois, Chicago. We have where did Obama come from? Chicago. So he's probably one of the worst infiltrated, treasonous presidents in history. But there's been a lot. There's been a lot of them. Jimmy Carter was one. So we can go through a lot of different people that have been treasonous over time, and that's going to be brought out. Now you go to another state like New York, which is very, very problematic now, because we have an Islamist that is there running the mayorship, Mamdani, in New York, one of the most populous cities in America, if not the most populous city in America. So we have the Islamists that have been infiltrating. And again, if we go all the way back to Iran, like I said, if we were going to look at a figure that had been Lucifer incarnate, that was him, and he's gone now. So you're going to have, like we've seen in Pakistan, the U.S. embassies are going to get attacked by these Islamist puppets, right? So in Pakistan, in Lahore, where I spent a lot of time, in Karachi, make a move on the embassy. So the embassies, the embassy is actually in Islamabad. There's like movement to go into that one. So the other, places where we have consulates in Karachi, like I said, Peshawar and Lahore, they're being attacked, right? So this is all coordinated, just like 30 minutes before President Trump came out and said that we had just started attacking the Islamists in Iran. We had demonstrators setting up in New York, right, before. So they knew it was coming, and they were setting up with their demonstrators with all their signs already made and everything. So as women in Iran are celebrating because they no longer have to wear the hijab, or whatever that thing called, where they wear the covering, they were celebrating because they have thrown off the dictatorship, the evil group that was controlling them. Women in Iran are treated like cattle. I've been to a lot of these Islamist states throughout the Middle East, and women are below or the lowest of the low. And you would think that especially in New York, where you have the feminist craziness, they would be all happy for them. No, they're being pushed to demonstrate. This is kind of craziness. It doesn't make sense in any world that you would have people demonstrating because people are being free, women are being freed. So you have women in New York on a massive scale, probably, and will continue in a lot of other U.S. cities, I believe, that are demonstrating because they feel that they should still be enslaved. Wow. Right. So this is the level of capture and control that we have throughout the world by the globalist deep state guys. Right. So like I'm saying, this is the beginning of the kinetic activity. All right. So the kinetic activity, I think, will be very severe in New York. Right. So these liberal idiots that are running around with their little signs, protesting, they're in big trouble right now because, New York has let these Islamists in. So has Texas. So has, Texas. You think the Republic of Texas? No way. Yeah, Governor Abbott is a deep state puppet, guys. Right. So he has let that border stay wide open. And it wasn't until like a couple of years ago that a lot of us got together and started to protest that he made the effort now, because everybody's watching him. And he's supposed to be one of the good guys. He started to stop the border invasion in Texas. So it's one of those things that we're going to have to look at. The Islamists that are around the country now are going to probably be a massive problem, guys. They're very, very, like I've been saying, emotionally illiterate, and they're going to be, like a fire. They're going to be started, and they're going to riot and destroy like nothing we've ever seen. All right, so this is going to be a massive problem wherever the Islamists have come into. We're seeing in some states, Minnesota, Minneapolis, and so forth, where you have the Islamists that have come from the Somaliland, right? Somali. So the pirates of Somalia, Islamist pirates, it's crazy. So a lot of these places that have the Somali pirates are going to have problems too, because they're going to riot, right? We've already seen Ilhan Omar at the State of the Union, speaking out in ways that, she basically should have been arrested and taken away and just deported right there, right? So why are they letting her stay? Because she's going to be part of the reveal, right? So the reveals have to continue. Yeah, they're like the locust, absolutely. And, you have to burn them out. You're going to have to burn them out, guys. All right. It's going to be tragic going forward. So in the dark of the night, 10 minutes before President Donald Trump even announced that the U.S. and Israel had attacked Iran, a network of U.S. nonprofits aligned with China, Russia, and Tehran activated foot soldiers to hit America's streets. Right. So this is, it's on. We have these groups that are out there, protesting. They're definitely going to be a problem going forward. We need to be aware of that. They will be basically in the way of us, going after the Islamists when they start to, do terrorist attacks in the United States and the rest of the places in the world. And that's frustrating because having to shoot around idiots like that at the real target is going to be, they're going to find out. They're effing around. They're going to find out, guys. All right. So I have friends in New York City. Still, I feel your pain. So we know, we that are awake know. But how many people have been MK Ultra'd? Most people, NPCs, all kind of crazy stuff out there, guys. All right. So let's look at some other things. 3 tankers damaged in Gulf as U.S.-Iran conflict escalates. So you're probably, I would highly recommend that you go out and gas up all of your vehicles now. And if you have extra cans, maybe gas them up because the price of gas is going to go higher. And it always happens in these Middle Eastern conflicts like this, guys. It's just part of what happens because everybody's, well, right now, the Strait of Hormuz, where a lot of oil flows. Now, you would think at this point, we're not dependent on that. But, these people that control the price of oil as well are going to see this opportunity to make a little extra income, right? So we'll see probably the price of oil explode upwards until Iran becomes no longer a factor in potentially controlling the Strait of Hormuz. So oil shipments in Persian Gulf already disrupted. So the price of oil will skyrocket. That will blow up inflation. We will have deflation, as we're already seeing right now in the housing, because it's basically, a card of, debt, and it's going to get, one of those cards going to get pulled, and they're all going to fall down. So that the housing price, where a lot of people, depend on their, their income and their sense of, I'm rich or whatever they have going on, is going to crumble. Right. The price of silver and gold are going to skyrocket, and there won't be any holding them back this time, guys. Stock market probably going to get some big hits going forward, and then who knows, as the war, as maybe it seems that it's under control. That's when the stock market might recover and come back a little bit. But I've been predicting that the first quarter was going to be when the stock market was going to really take a big hit. So I would venture to say that the opening bell tomorrow morning, start watching the futures tonight around 6 o'clock Eastern time is when the futures start. So you're going to see a downward implosion in probably the prices of the stock market. Now, somebody, bet heavy in put options just before the close on Friday. It's kind of like those companies or somebody that invested heavy puts in aircraft companies just before 9/11. So was that the congressmen and women that basically seemed to profit heavily on the stock market? Marjorie Taylor Greene, massive culprit, who decided to basically bail and leave us hanging, where we're very tight in Congress for Republicans to pass votes, and she decided January 3rd or whatever she's going to bail because people don't like her in the way she wants them to. I say bullshit. She's a deep state puppet, right? So we're going to see a lot of people like that going forward. It's going to be very obvious. They're going to be exposed. I think our government basically gets replaced by something else at some point. I think most of the religions get replaced by something else going forward. They're going to be exposed, which I say 85 and 90% of the religious institutions here in the United States are corrupt. I would say pretty much all of Islam is corrupt, all of it, right? Everywhere. So Of course, there's good people within all of these religions, guys. And a lot of people have been banging up on the Jews because they think that, it's some kind of Khazarian mafia. Yes, that does exist. But many good people within all of these religions, we have to break free from this massive globalist control system that's everywhere. And part of that's probably going to be at some point breaking free from these religions. You're going to see that, I think going forward that your connection to God is not part of any religion. And I think once that becomes very obvious to most people, then religions just fall away like so fast, it'll be ridiculous. Same thing with our governmental systems throughout the world. We're going to see how manipulated and controlled they are. We already do, right? So they'll fall away, and because they can't continue. The CIA, the FBI, you name the three-letter agency, it's probably, if it's a three-letter agency, for the most part, it's probably been created by the deep state, right? So all of that has to go away. Now, can it go away tomorrow? Of course not. There's a lot of these idiots, like I was talking about, they're going to support this shit. And so they have to either be educated or removed and other people put into place so they can be, taken apart, right? So we've seen that with Doge, the beginning of that. Now that's going to accelerate as far as like the corruption and the graft and the, nepotism and so forth that's been going on, around the world, not just here in America. That gets exposed on a massive level, especially with the Epstein files, exposing that. Epstein, in their group was part of the deep state globalist, control system. So that control system has shattered, and more of that information is coming out. Now, I've seen some reports that some of that information is in Iran, and that's one of the reasons why we're hitting Iran. You might remember that Obama basically sent billions of dollars to Iran in cash on a U.S. military aircraft. What was that? I think we're going to find out that was pretty much a payoff to allow them to start to keep documentation and so forth in some of their bunker systems. So that will be seized, I think, soon, and more exposure will happen. So, the level of the deep state throughout the world is going to be staggering to everyone. It's staggering to me now, but as things get, exposed, you're just going to shake your head. The trillions, I said initially it was $1 trillion worth of fraud in California. And as the information starts to come, it's like, no, that's a lowball number. It's trillions, right? So our national debt, which is, 30 something trillion, whatever it is, that's part of the deep state puppetry that's been going on to steal from we, the people of America. All right. So we, the people, are going to decide, what goes forward. But the destruction of those systems that have been controlling and manipulating and robbing us have to be destroyed. And then once they're destroyed, it's up to us. And that's the way it was always us. They stole it from us and made us believe that it was the government that took care of us, but that was the deep state. So the government has to be completely dissolved because that's the deep state. The government's the deep state, right? You have one or two people in there. I'm just because President Trump, and he's got a whole group of people that I think are, very involved and very, very perfect for this. Now, some of these people that are there are still being exposed, just like he did in his first government. So the exposure and the, the destruction, the takedown, we're looking at years into the future, guys. It's a war, and wars don't, end, especially when you look at World War I, World War II. Civil wars probably in every country for hundreds, thousands of years. That's all deep state. That's all deep state. So thinking that the deep state goes down with the takedown of Iran is ridiculous, right? It's going to be a kinetic thing that's going to happen. It's going to happen in every country. People are going to rise up there'll be kinetic activity from people basically taking down who they know are deep state, just like the Iranians tried to do. There were probably people that were snatched and put in underground, torture places and all kind of crazy stuff. So the real numbers will probably, come out later. That's not just going to be confined to Iran. I bet we're going to find this kind of stuff's been going on in Europe and in the United States and other countries, Mexico, you name the country, for quite some time now. Mexico, we saw how simple and easy it was to a great extent. Of course, the military members that were involved in that seizure of Maduro. Wow, it's crazy. How that. I mean, and doesn't it seem like, like when was that? Like years ago? So things have flown by, right? So we never had a kinetic activity in Venezuela. That was one of the ones that was easy to take down. Cuba, we're probably, I don't know if we're going to have a non-kinetic activity taking down the deep state in Cuba. Mexico, it's gotten pretty brutal in Mexico, and I think it's going to continue. And I think it's going to get a lot worse, unfortunately. Canada. So you have Canada, you have the deep state, and Canada has to be taken down. So we're surrounded, guys. And I remember there was this one vision, supposedly, that, President Washington had, where he saw, this coming civil war. And then he saw where America is surrounded by enemies, and there was going to be, smoke, and you weren't going to know who was your enemy, who was your friend, all across America, and then it would clear, and America would finally be good. So Juan O'Savin has talked about that near-death experience for the United States. So it still remains to be seen what that looks like. Will that be a literal nuclear strike, or some of these energy weapons have been using, they come out with something even more devastating, or some kind of devastation that happens, which I think is possible still in California. Of course, I'm close to California. I'm trying to mitigate that through my consciousness, right? I know a lot of you guys do the same thing. Now, as things get even more hectic out there, I'm looking at French naval ship in Red Sea intercepts 2 drones. So we're probably going to see a wider involvement from France and England and maybe Saudi Arabia, maybe Bahrain, and some of the other countries are going to start getting involved. It's going to be a literal world war, right, against Iran. But remember, it's not against Iran per se. It's against the globalist. So once we have this knocked out, it's not going to be, we're all hunky-dory. Iran's, the evil in Iran's eliminated. No. This is the kinetic beginning. Right? We'll see more of this activity all around the world, right? Maybe not on this level, maybe, and maybe we will for some cities around the world, where the deep state and the leftists and leftists are not just in the United States, leftists are around the world, and the criminally insane, low IQ, low emotional IQ, leftists that are going to demonstrate because they've been, they find them. And then they program them through the school system, and then they program them through the political system, and so forth. So we have years, decades, and decades of programming for a lot of these people. They're going to fight us, right, within our own cities, right? So that's one of the things we have to look forward to, right? I say we look forward to it because it's time for that bullshit to end, right? It's time for that to get cleaned up so we can move on and create the world that we're dreaming of. We've been dreaming of for decades and decades and decades. All my life, I've been dreaming of this world that I was like, where is it? What's stopping it? The deep state, right? So the deep state, once it's removed, and they're going to fight all the way to the end, right? They're programmed to fight and go, just like I saw when we went into Iraq. They basically had guerrilla warfare. So we're going into guerrilla warfare. We will be going into guerrilla warfare with the deep state. Right. So their main systems are being destroyed, just like I said, just like in Iraq. But that war went on for a while. Now, part of the reason why that war went on for as long as it did is because there's deep state elements that were involved in controlling, manipulating that thing to continue. It could have been, a few months. In fact, it was so fast that they sent the Marines, who were exceptional at this. They sent them to Afghanistan, and then Afghanistan was done. And then they were like, well, let's send them back to Iraq, because Iraq, and I can tell you, Iraq, the reason why it continued to get so violent, so crazy, is because you had deep state puppets that were puppeting things in Iraq, right? So then you get the Marines back in there. Fortunately, Marines aren't, completely controlled by the deep state. They came in and cleaned up again. So will we have Marines clean up here in the United States? Yes, we've already started that process. We started in LA. So we'll continue this process. At some point, executive order comes out so that we have free and fair elections. It may be too far into the game now for that to be successful. So we may see the election pushed, and that would be, I think, more beneficial. I just heard Juan Osave, and I'd love to talk to him in more detail about some of these things, because I went on a giant search yesterday in the mountainous areas in Nevada, where the ancient tribes that were hiding out in caves and so forth, and coming in and cannibalizing them. So eventually they ganged up and basically took out the giants. These giants and remnants of the giants, that skeletal remains and all kind of stuff, those have disappeared, right? And this goes back to who I believe the deep state is, and a negative ET group that basically came in, the fallen, Lucifer's angels, basically a war in heaven. They were cast down into the earth. They were probably coming to completely take over Earth. There was some kind of intervention that was started, and that intervention is continuing to this day. So it is a war against good and evil. They have hidden a lot of this stuff. At one time, there was like some kind of handprint in the rock, and that giant must have been, he must have had samadhi, where he had, total enlightenment, and he pushed his hand into solid rock. So they came in and scraped that out. So, and we don't know where the giant mummies that they found are, that they just disappear this stuff. They hide all this stuff. So this is the deep state activity, trying to cover up, their intervention here in America and taking over our world, not just America, but the world. So that's going to be revealed. So that's a massive rabbit hole to go down, right? So that alone is like, wow. You look at that and you're like, well, we need to understand the foundation of why this deep state globalist thing is here. That's where we need to go. We need to find that out, just like we're going to destroy the deep state. They're 47 years of getting Iran ready to basically manipulate and control the world, and now that's been taken away. Probably have some backups to that, all right? So probably have some backups to that. So we're going to get some of that soon. Now they'll probably, try and work as long as they can Iran. They'll keep Iran, they got missile systems and all kind of stuff. They're shooting at everybody now, everybody in the Middle East. So that should show you right there that that's the deep state. Iran, Iran wouldn't do that if they were, real people with, a sense of, purpose and connection with the rest of the Middle East. It is a deep state, operation that's going off right now in Iran. So that has to be completely eliminated, and everybody's waking up to that. It's like those first strikes that we saw with the most powerful military in the world, with the help of Israel, the good military in Israel. We did that initial strike. Now everybody else is going to start to pour in, right? I believe. Because it's like, okay, if we can completely knock them out, and if the people can take over, and all of the IRGC that are still there, surrender and say, hey, we don't want to die. No, guys. Remember, they're going to fight to the death. All right. And just like they did in many Middle Eastern countries that I went to over the years, they just go into guerrilla warfare. All right. So they're prepared to do that, and they're prepared to do that around the world. So we just already saw some of their activity in Pakistan, where they sent their minions in to start to go after the United States embassies. Now, I was in Pakistan back when they had this one woman that was Bashir, I think, that was running for prime minister. She was assassinated. So they came after all the Christians all over the country, and they came after all of our embassies and our consulates with their brainwashed minions. I was like, what? That's your government that did that. It wasn't United States. Well, who knows? Maybe it was the United States, deep state. But regardless, this is an opening salvo, I think, that we're seeing in Pakistan. We'll probably see more of this, like we're already seeing the demonstrations, like I said, in New York, already prepared, even before President Trump came out and said we're doing the attack, right? And they're got the signs prepared and everything. So we have deep state elements throughout the world. China, controlled, like Juan said, by the British Empire. So we have, the British Empire. Another major place where, Rothschild's activity is France, Rothschild activity. Those governments, although they may act like they're playing, I think there are elements, like I said, of the military and white hat activity that are there. But still, you're going to have to clear out those black hats, all right? Starmer and, all the other idiots that are running. The only ones that I see, Hungary is good, Italy, kind of, sort of, right? So we have a few places where we have good leadership, white hat leadership within some of those countries. But for the most part, most of those countries are going to be cleaned, right? The leadership of those countries. So that's I don't know. I guess it's either going to be kinetic activity or they've been playing all along and they're going to step aside, and I don't know. So it'll be some of that and then some of the other. So this is war. It's been war gamed. But I can tell you, after having been in wars for most of my life, for 35 years in the military and CIA, it doesn't always go as planned. And both sides have surprises for the other side. And so we're going to see some of those, and we're going to see how some of those work out. So some of those surprises could be devastating for one side and give the other side a lot of ends, a lot of takedowns. But that can happen on the good guy side too, guys, right? So, we've already seen U.S. military that has been killed probably from some of the missile attacks on the U.S. bases. They around the Middle East, they basically downsized those for the most part, left skeleton crews. Some of those skeleton crews have to be out and about. And if they get the warning soon enough, they'll run to, survival shelters, bunkers or whatever. But if they're not fleet of foot or get enough warning or have to stay because they're running some kind of computer program or something that's like watching all that stuff, then we're probably going to see, unfortunately, people get taken out. And you have aircraft, occasionally there's a lucky, anti-aircraft missile that gets up there. So we're going to see, some people that are going to get taken down. But for the most part, the enemy is being devastated on a massive level. And this always happens on the U.S. Side. We'd like to see that no one ever gets taken out, but that's very rare in a war, right? So gird yourself for, celebrate this victory we're having right now. It will get better as time goes on, and then it will get, we'll 3 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, 5 steps forward, 1 step back. It'll be like that for quite some time, right? So keep positive. Watch the activity. Don't let the knuckleheads who have been brainwashed get to you. Just keep your focus and don't get in arguments with emotionally immature and people that are uninformed that can't do critical thinking. It's not worth your time, guys. All right, so stay focused. Work with the people that are awake. Be with the groups that are awake. I see a lot of you guys blowing up the chat. That's great. You're Mary Ellen. You're gonna wear your bacon perfume. That'll keep them away. That'll be like the garlic for the Gavin Newsom and who's the New York governor. God, both of them so look like vampires. I'm like, wow, it's like so obvious. So yeah, garlic bacon. So that'll be Kathy Hochul. All right, so and then you have Fatty up in Illinois. So that talk about bacon. All right, guys, take no prisoners. We can't take prisoners, guys. All right. Or if we take prisoners, we put them in a submarine and ship them off to Guantanamo and the underground facilities there, or Greenland or Guam, or probably who knows where else. So a lot of these people should never come back and see the light of day, right? In one way or another. And if they're really horrific, like Joe Biden and some of these other people, they don't get a pass for living the rest of their lives in a cell, right? All right, guys. Shark bait. Yep. Prickster. Yes. Lots of love, guys. Stay in love vibration. It's a good against evil war. So you have to stay in that love vibration because they're going to try and suck you into fear. There's no fear here. There's basically celebration because we're taking down the deep state on a massive level.
Ghost, thank you so much for joining me. Man, dude, so much going on. Like, we got Mexico popping off. I heard we have special teams. I've got word that we have special operations running in Mexico. More Green Beret and Navy SEALs are in there. Maybe you can validate that. And now we're bombing Iran. Welcome.
Always good to be with you, buddy. Yeah, there is an awful lot going on. And I know there's a lot of trepidation about Iran. I've heard a lot of negative as much as I've heard of the positive. But I'll leave you with this. That country will not have a military or nuclear or any semblance of capability before this is all over with. I think within 7 to 10 days outside, they'll neutralize their ability to fire on other countries. We took a hit in Oman at a naval base. I think it was the naval headquarters. They knocked out a radar dome. And I think there was a few small hits in Israel, but we've hit them so hard in their sensitive places right now and shut down comms and everything. It's going to be what it is. And I know people are afraid of regime change. It's going to be messy. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. There was preparation for this for years with coordination. Mossad didn't have to work too hard to get a lot of the intel, if not most of the intel they have internally in Iran, to know that the people, 85 to 90% of their population was hardcore on board with them taking out this regime. Now, if people really understood how bad this regime has been since 79, the original Ayatollah Khomeini, and now Khomeini, this is a good thing overall. No, it's going to be messy. We may lose some people, we may lose some assets, but when all is said and done, they won't have a navy and they won't be able to fire a ballistic missile.
How bad is this going to get? I mean, I feel, honestly, Ghost, like this is going to be swift and fast. We're going to take them out. They are no match for us. That's how I feel. And then at the same time, we're running operations in Mexico. Am I right about this?
Yes, they've been there long before everything heated up. It's been reconnoitered for a long time.
Okay, so I have friends on both sides of the border, right? And I got friends in low places. And I mean,
it always helps.
Yeah, but yeah, absolutely does. I grew up with these people on both sides, and I'm hearing just through the grapevine that cartels they're not worried, man. They're preparing. And
they should be worried.
Yeah. Well, okay. They're preparing because they're worried, but they're like ready to fight is what I'm hearing. Obviously, I'm hearing they're ready to, but I'm also hearing from other sources that our special ops are in there and just handling business. And
they're hammering very quietly and not lightly. They're getting key people in all of them. And the first thing with that kind of operation, you're talking about they've got some serious weaponry. They've got some serious capabilities, like as far as tech and IT, everything. They had the money to buy the best that they could possibly buy. So they've done that. They've semi-trained up their people. Some you do have a lot of professionals working with them that are, on the wrong side of the fence in Mexico. But you also had us doing what we're doing, training their federal police, trying to weed out with them the bad actors that are in their ranks that always remain silent, and then teaching them, as well as going way ahead and taking care of this. This ties into China. This ties into a lot of other nations. It's a very complex situation in Mexico, but ultimately, they're gearing up and they're ready to fight these cartels. It's the dumbest mistake they could ever make. They have no idea. Venezuela was the tip of the iceberg. They don't want, for us not to lose personnel or the fewest possible, certain things will be brought out. And the public won't even know they were used. They'll just know the effects of them. And the idea that these people are easily tracked and identified and can always be
the raids were first, obviously, to nullify or neutralize the threat here in America, correct? That's why the ICE raids happen, so that when we do go into Mexico and we do go into Iran, those are neutralized threats here on our soil?
Right. I'll give you an example. I remember I said it months ago when they captured those first 13 Iranians and put it out on the news. That was a little thing to say, hey, people, they're here and we're getting them. There were estimated over 10,000 well-trained IRGC connected and other Muslim Brotherhood groups connected people here. It's down to around 1,000, if not less. And that had those things, as well as cartel and caches of weapons, the obvious, all of that had to be neutralized as far as possible before this trigger was pulled. Venezuela, different story. Cuba looks like it'll be a soft takeover. The people want it. The people want it there. I have networks, abilities to reach into Cuba and get a lot of information. And the people want it. They even want to be a state, so there was no chance of communism ever coming back on that island or anything close to it ever again, because they've had enough. They've seen how their family members who left and made lives over the last 50 years in this country have done well, very well. And believe me, on Cuba, they need everything from, as my friend says, toothpicks to satellites and everything in between. And they have a lot of the potential for Cuba is amazing as far as tourists, as far as agriculture. The finest tobacco in the world grown in a 100 square mile valley and area. And I happen to have a very dear friend who has an interest in one of the largest plantations there that grows this tobacco. And all of this, the fishing industry, Cubans are not allowed to fish. You're not allowed to go out and commercially fish, even if it's a 14-foot skiff in a bay. That's how downtrodden they are. And it's very similar to the people in Iran. If you look at the pictures of the cities and towns in Iran, they take a shot down the street and people aren't on them.
After we neutralize these threats, will public arrests start taking place?
That's what I think. I give that a very high probability, and around, if not before, the 4th of July, for symbolic reasons.
And that's why they're putting Hillary on blast right now. They're masquerading her in public. to show how full of shit she is, and I guess villainizing her.
A lying, murderous bitch. Excuse me.
Yeah,
In my humble opinion.
yeah. So I guess this is leading up to the big finale. I mean, we have to eliminate Iran because that's who they were going to use for World War III, right? I mean, that was going to be the trigger, or the activate cells in America, and then use Iran to create World War III, Muslims against Christians, Jews, holy war. Am I right?
It's not going to happen that way.
Right, but that's what they wanted.
Yeah, that's what they wanted.
That's why we're neutralizing them.
Look at what's happened in the past 6 years. Okay, and we talked about this on your show. Ukraine, a globalist waypoint for anything they wanted to do. Anything. Yes, we know how it was created. Yes, we know about the Orange Road, all of that, and Zelensky. But look at the condition they're in now. 10 million have left the country as refugees in the surrounding countries. All right? Everyone wants to demonize the Russians because that's what the propagandists want you to see. Putin did his part in taking them out. We hit Venezuela. We hit Iran. Now, we're dealing with the cartel issue, which is a very, very big issue. How do people justify not closing off the border and going after them when we know 1 to 2, it was actually 200,000. In the end, you're going to find out how Ukraine, Iran, surrounding organizations, Venezuela, other nations in South America that are changing their ways on their own. Look at Colombia. All right, now whether it's on the surface, everything's revealed in the fullness of time, and it'll be dealt with. And then we're going to make sure certain things in Central America down the line, let's say, restored. And this Iranian action is an action from the Board of Peace, primarily. Who was the first to join that and put $1 billion into it? Putin. So people need to start getting a real perspective on who the real enemy is. It is that supranational, the ones who own the banking system, who want their tech minions to do what they do, want their financial minions to do what they do. All of this is going to change over the next few years. And you will find out just how heavily involved Venezuela, Iran, and several other nations were in ensuring skewed voting in this country for the last 30 years. A combination of them, others say select parties throughout Europe. You're going to see the big picture in time, finally. The ones that I and others have been putting pieces out there to say, think of it this way, think of this way, look at it, suspend your emotions, suspend your bias, suspend your lack of research and knowledge on these geopolitical and internal issues. Start researching them from that standpoint, and you see what the real targets are, the macro. And there are many layers all the way down to the everyday. And once people see that and understand that, yeah, we got to tend to this layer, but it's going to look like this to everyone else because we can't spill all the beans on why. But nevertheless, it will be better for humanity. Nobody can say that getting rid of Maduro wasn't better for the people of Venezuela and humanity. They'll see how it applies, the end humanity applies later. Same with Iran, same with Ukraine. And why the Democratic Party, which has been, and a lot of Republicans, which have been part of an operative wing of these foreign, mostly, and domestic players, about 110, 115 families in total between the two. And how China has positioned themselves as a semi-willing partner of Iran, other places they're trying to infiltrate heavily in South America, because they know who the real enemy is, and they're playing along. If things were to go in a bad way, and they're not, but if they had gone in a certain direction, a year or 2 years ago, they would have then been battling it out in future years, in the 2030s, late 20s and 30s. Not a good situation for all of humanity. So all of this is being outed as we speak. I implore people to look deeper. Their regime is over. It will not survive this, no matter what they say, no matter what they put out there. They're going to be that way till the end. They're waiting for the 72 virgin goats. That's what they're going to get. Now, let's make no mistake about that. They're capable of landing some shots on us. They've already got several in. One at the naval headquarters. I believe they took out a radome there. I don't know if anyone was killed. They did manage to kill a poor Pakistani guy in one of the, I think it was Bahrain. You know, it just happened to hit where he lived and he died. It had nothing to do with anything. Waiting to see what Pakistan says about that, but it's really collateral damage. They'll just say, well, he should have gotten out of there and what have you. But yeah, they're capable of hurting us. That make no mistake about it. We unfortunately, and I say this with a very heavy heart, we're probably going to lose some people in this battle eventually.
We'll have boots on the ground in Iran. I'm hearing we already have boots on the ground in Mexico.
Yeah, we've got, would be there already and has been there, hiding out in some mountainous regions and in other areas, and entering from a number of different, let's say, less than traveled paths. But they're doing what they do best, and God bless all of them, because they've had a very dangerous and tough job. But we do stand the chance of losing service members and even civilians potentially. And no one's going into this, I don't think, without that understanding. But we're going to hit them so hard. We've got to send in people like the Corps of Engineers when this is over to restore water into Tehran. Tehran now has no water supply. Let's speak of working. Power lines, electric, all the basic. I'm trying to shift gears 3 times here. All the basic services that a country needs to put itself back together. Things like that, and we'll make sure. And I'm sure it'll be some type of coalition at that stage. And if not, so what? We'll do it. Maintain, peace while they restore their government. That's all the people of that country want, is for them to restore a non-theistic radical government. They'll probably start with constitutional monarchy and then work their way from there. Let them argue, let them debate, let them persuade one another. What's the best route to go? That's part of nation building, without the violence, without the, well, okay, your ideas won out, we're going to shoot you, without that nonsense. And I think the Iranian people they're an educated people, they're industrious and mainly homogenous people, and I think they'll work it out the right way. I am not worried, but concerned about what those cartels could do here. As far as small terroristic acts or something even a little more involved, like taking out a power generation lines or water supplies, things like that.
I mean, they already shut down our airspace.
Yeah, and they're going to use whatever they have at their hands. And I think they're going to go, a lot of them will go down swinging. They're already getting together and trying to work together as a front, which will be difficult for them, but they are doing it. I know it's on heightened alert down there in at least 23 of the states, let's say. And there are a number of people in positions here who need to get a good spanking and sit behind bars or worse for the rest of their lives for their involvement with them, like the Saudis and a few of the Middle Eastern, the Emirates, made statements like, you can't you can't base from here. But as soon as they get hit, as did happen, they say, well, now we're going to defend our space. Now, they may do it independently, they may do it limited, they may take a section of the Strait of Hormuz and cause a little mischief there. That all remains to be seen. But I don't see this blowing up into a huge conflagration with China involved or any other major power, because they all know, even though China has a close relationship with them and has been using them as a proxy for many things that come into this hemisphere that have affected our country, no, we can at least neutralize a lot of that. There'll be hot spots in Africa, some in Central and South America, but to a lot lesser degree. In the future, I'm talking years in the future, 3, 5, 7 years in the future. But these, again, will all be residual of these, let's say, foreign networks. But I can tell you this, by the time we and the Israelis are finished with Iran, it's a clean slate for a new nation. And I don't think the people of Iran are going to another over it. They've already lost. 32,000 is the accepted number. It's actually way higher than that. You have the military, their army and naval forces, which number about 750,000. You've had at least 40 to 50,000 people go AWOL. And a lot of those sectors, they have their military divided in sectors in their country, independent of each other as far as operationally. So it's not a top-down structure that they've put rapidly into place. They are doing it that way because they feel that'll be a better way of defense, where I think you will see certain sectors just say, no, we're laying down our arms. We're not fighting. Because they're not IRGC, they're Iranian professional military. And they're not, a lot of them are not in agreement with the regime and going to war with us. They know the reality of it. I would be looking at it because of their idiotic belief systems, and they'll be shown that simply they use the mastery of human intent incorrectly when they look for these times and alignments and things like a blood moon to start some activity, thinking that they're going to be better empowered with it. What I always worry about is a biological release. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm not saying that there's any higher alert on that than there normally is. That's just one of my concerns personally. Having a gut feeling, and that'll be combated. It has to, or you begin another degradation process again in the healthcare system. We don't need that. I look for an uptick potentially domestically with some of these bad actors. And if it's not some type of terrorist kinetic, that's my deepest worry. And that obviously dirty nukes, but we've had sniffers out here. We've had sniffers in the Middle East going, and I think they're pretty much on top of that. Today's sensing equipment, it's very difficult to get away with something like that.
I was going to say there's a lot of, I've had people tell me that there's nukes buried around inside the U.S. that could go off at a certain time, such as now. The deep state would detonate them. Is that is that why we were sending out those drones, those nuke sniffing drones to neutralize that threat? Is that what that was all about?
Yes, because you can't leave anything with them to chance. And I'm not going to lie, that is a possibility.
But did we get them all? Do we know? I imagine we got them all.
I know they nailed a whole lot of them. There may have been recent. I don't know. I do know that that's in their playbook, and it is something to be mindful of because it can happen. To be honest with you, on certain levels, I'm surprised they haven't done it already. They tried to get away with it in November of 19 in Seattle. Didn't work. They were very close to getting away with it.
Yeah, that's what Lonnie says.
Yeah, he and I had a very busy time that weekend, and others had a much busier time, believe me. And it's something to be mindful of, yes.
So Guantanamo Bay just expanded, and it's not for terrorists. It says here on February 7th, 2026, the Pentagon approved $500 million for emergency construction at Guantanamo Bay. Not renovation, but expansion. 89 new holding cells, 3 new courtrooms, a medical wing, and a communication blackout facility that didn't exist before.
Add that to the $650 million he did in his first term down there.
So obviously, Trump just tripled its capacity. The question is, who's it for? The tribunals have started. January 15, 2026, Trump signed Executive Order 14189, reactivating military tribunal authority for civilian cases involving national security. The media didn't cover it, not one headline. This means civilians can now be tried by military courts if their crimes involve treason, trafficking, or espionage.
Right.
So that's going to tie up all the dirty politicians because they're involved in trafficking, espionage, and treason.
Well, look at their actions. Look at
look at Ilhan Omar. I mean, she's screwed.
Yeah.
People are going away.
Hardcore going away.
So here's
all day long.
Unmarked, unscheduled, manifest classified February 1st, 2 flights, 14 passengers, February 8th, 3 flights, 22 passengers, February 14th, 1 flight, VIP configuration, 4 passengers only, February 19th, 4 flights, 31 passengers, largest single day. February 22nd, 2 flights departed 3:17 a.m. Who flies to Gitmo at 3 a.m.? February 25th, 3 flights still ongoing, 47 flights, 200 plus passengers, 25 days. This is wild, man. January, connect the dots, it says here. January 31st, Epstein files, 318 names. February 7th, Gitmo expansion, 500 million. February 12th, Norway PM charged. February 15th, Goldman Sachs lawyer resigns. February 19th, Prince Andrew arrested same day, 4 flights to Gitmo. February 22nd, El Mencho eliminated, 2 flights at 3 a.m. February 24th, Lord Mandelson arrested, fleeing to airport. February 25th, Trump, justice is coming. Every resignation, every arrest, every flight connected.
Yes, it is.
327,000 sealed indictments.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
there's more than that actually, but those are the primary.
Wow,
and that's just the
I just wish this was public so people could see this. Enough of the speculation. Like, let's just see it already, man. But I know that's coming.
There's reasons why, and it's very complex. And to go into the reasons would be to tip a hand, and I'm not going to do that.
People would be losing their shit.
Yeah, they'd be losing their shit because they have a little more to see before it's the bandage is pulled off. And it's coming. If this wasn't happening, we would our children and their children would not have a good future. And the whole thing with all of this is we're honoring the sacrifices of the past in our country and others. And if we don't do this and stiffen your spine, stand up, start speaking out where you know there is corruption in your state, in your offices. Stiffen your spine, find a way, whistleblow. There's protections out there. Look into all that first. Communicate and speak out. And people are going to realize you have to take more of a role in the everyday workings of your community, your state, your county, your state, etc., than you ever have, or you wind up with situations like New York City. It's not going to go well for that idiot in the long run, and everyone knows it. And look at all the trouble he's had so far. Where's the money supposed to come from, Mandami? You have a lot of people running for cover. that nobody knows in state legislatures and state law enforcement, because the cartels did not get to every square mile of the continental and extended U.S. because law enforcement did their job. And that's from unfortunately, you're going to find FBI on down. A lot of them have been retired or fired, but they still have yet to face the music. And it's justly and rightly due. And if we don't rip off this bandage eventually when the time is right, and it's going to sting, we're not doing our job.
I'll be honest with you. I'm thoroughly impressed with this operation. The way they've nullified and neutralized the threats. I thought by now car bombs would be going off in the U.S. I thought for now civilian casualties would be happening. I thought a lot of mayhem. I'm thoroughly impressed with this operation, man. This is so strategic.
Yeah, and it shows you what good people in the right positions, the right motivations, the right technology, equipment, and interfacing. It shows you what can be done. And it all needs to be done. We've all got kids or grandkids. They're going to have children and on. We don't do this now. We're not doing anyone a service.
It has to be taken care of, and now is the time to act.
Jasara, global currency reset, activated across the globe on Friday, February 27, 3 p.m. PDT. Shotgun release of GCR notifications over the next 72 hours. It's the end of poverty, end of debt, and beginning of a new golden age. Watch for blackout, days of darkness, martial law. Be prepared with water, food, cash, essentials. Have patience, trust the plan. Pray, God always wins. Judy note, on Friday, February 27th at 3 p.m. PDT, there was a shotgun release of the global currency reset liquidity for Tier 4B. Notifications to set bond redemption and foreign currency exchanges over the next 72 hours. On Thursday, February 26, 2026, the final sequence of Trump's plan to save the world activated with a 48-hour countdown to a worldwide blackout and 10-day global stay-home order by the Global Military Alliance. The EBS override of mass media will bring in temporary martial law, Sunday, March 1st or Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. During that time, the military's emergency broadcast system will override mass media to continue their mass arrests and expose a highly organized. Be prepared for the soon-to-hit 10 days of darkness with water, food, cash. Banks will be closed and ATMs and credit debit cards won't work, and other essentials to last you, your neighbors and loved ones during a 10-day worldwide lockdown. The military will have food on hand for those who need it. The Federal Reserve's final days. The Federal Reserve is being dismantled and absorbed into the U.S. Treasury under Trump's direct control. The private banking cartel that has dictated monetary policy since 1913 is finished. Seizure of stolen wealth. The military alliance is conducting mass asset seizures, taking back trillions stolen by the globalist elite. These funds will be returned to the people. The IRS is being abolished. The corrupt tax system designed to funnel wealth to the elites is over. A new fair tax system is replacing it, one that eliminates income tax and introduces a small flat sales tax on non-essential goods. The global currency reset has started. Every JASARA compliant nation is transitioning to a gold-backed currency. The fiat dollar finished. Beware of scammers, especially on Telegram, where they still have numerous accounts under my name and picture that I've never set up nor reported on. They quote me on things I have never said nor written. Evidently, people have written me there on a chat, but they do not give me access to the chat, so I have no idea what the readers are told. I'm sure many of the accounts there suffer the same problem. Although Telegram is a great place for information, you have to discern what is right or wrong, especially when they ask for money for products or to set up wallets on the new financial system. It is my understanding that you have to set up your wallet on the new financial system in person at an official redemption center, and that setup is free. Possible timing. Wednesday, February 25th, 2026, global currency reset ignited across 209 nations. Thursday, February 26th, 2026, EBS activation, clock ticking, initial signals in 100 plus cities within 48 to 72 hours. Starlink grid dominant. Cabal satellites silenced permanently. Starting Saturday, February 28th, 2026, a 48-hour blackout would begin for a Jassara wealth drop. Sunday, March 1st or Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, worldwide blackout locks us indoors under martial law. The EBS will bypass all media and speak the truth to every home. No more lies, no more censorship. The elites' last defense is collapsing and Trump is fighting for humanity. FEMA's entire operation will be exposed. The stolen funds, missing people, trafficking. FEMA's camps will become prisons for those who once ran them. Tuesday, March 3rd to Tuesday, March 10th, 2026. EBS launches Days of Darkness. Media satellites down. Martial law locks down, exposing how elites hoarded this tutorials globally via EBS, exposing how elites hoarded this tech for centuries while poisoning the masses. Stock, 10 to 12 days, food, water, cash, banks, ATMs, dark. And Monday, March 9th, Michael Jackson returns to Torch Hollywood. Zim redemption starts. Friday, February 27th, military EBS activates worldwide over cell phones. Global Alliance sweeps satanic deep state pedophiles and mass arrests. Stock up on food, water, cash for 10 to 12 days of darkness. The storm is unleashed. Patriots, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Patriots, the hammer drops now. Trump's global military alliance triggers the military emergency broadcast system across cell phones, TV, radio, and internet, smashing through fake media blackouts. Worldwide blackout strikes Sunday, March 1st or Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, locking us indoors under martial law as over 500,000 sealed indictments unleash massive arrests of Satan-worshipping treasonous elites. BRICS QFS seizes Cabal monetary control. February 25th, 2026, global currency reset ignites across 209 nations. Fiat dies, asset-backed currencies surge under ISO 20022, Tier 4B payouts explode, Zim redemptions skyrocket, $15 million settlements, humanitarian projects unleashed, HSBC quietly swaps IQD V&D for insiders, public floodgates next. EBS launches 10 to 12 days of darkness Tuesday, March 3rd to March 10th, 48-hour blackout for Jassara wealth drops and 8-hour documentaries in 77 languages, 24/7, exposing Clinton trafficking, election fraud, biolabs, WEF crimes, child rescues, elite tribunals. Starlink beams raw truth, no censorship. U.S. Inc. revealed as 1871 foreign banker corporation. Constitutional Republic restores. Names drop. Gitmo tribunals execute. Fani Willis colluded with Biden White House. DOJ Jan 6 committee. Piercing privilege. Granting Fed access. Sole source grants. Double jeopardy lawfare to bleed Trump allies dry. Cases collapsed but treason exposed. Project Odin. Comms blackout. Media satellites down. Martial law. Stay home. Pray. Stock. 10 to 12 days, food, water, cash, banks, ATMs, dark, then glorious rebirth. Trump, worse things happen when people stop thinking. Let negative influence breed dictators. Stop it personally for world sanity. Michael Jackson returns March 9th to Torch Hollywood, Pedo Cabal. Nuremberg 2.0 rolls, traitors hang. Republic rises, rage, discern, prepare. Where we go one, we go all. Thursday, February 26th, midnight window opening. All systems go. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Military sources. QFS accounts full sync. Prosperity packages prime for Tier 4B humanitarians. Tier 4B redemption centers on standby. IQD, V&D, Zim rates aligning rapidly. Project Odin plus EBS final sequence initiated. controlled blackouts to shield the transition, Epstein Zorro Ranch files surfacing, horrors exposed, justice swift, mobilized post-darkness, 8 million plus arrests confirmed via CIA databases, traitors removed. The Almighty orchestrates the fall of the wicked. Trust the timing, the light is coming. Guru Information and Intel, Friday, February 27th, Q drops bombs. It had to be this way. 107 on Telegram. The storm is here, patriots. Trump's master plan unfolds exactly as the Q drops foretold. It had to be this way. The Epstein files are exploding right now in February 2026, ripping the veil off the elite pedophile networks tied straight to ancient evil, who have ruled humanity for millennia. This isn't distraction. This is the arrow pointing directly to the alien agenda enslaving us. White hats are striking hard. Cartels in Mexico crumbling under massive military blows. Hezbollah, Hamas alliances plotting desperate strikes on American soil, but extraction teams stand ready to rescue innocents. The deep state pushes chaos to divert eyes from the truth. But Trump flips the script. Both sides weaponize Epstein revelations. Yet the White Hats turn it against the cabal. Arrests loom massive. Time for maximum impact. No slow drip, no digestion time. It all crashes at once. Financial reset, earth changes accelerating, full disclosure detonating like a supernova. Epstein presidents since Eisenhower, gagged by shadow government threats. Kennedy tried disclosure and paid the price, but Trump has the biggest cojones. Executive orders stripping pedos of assets, turning Epstein assets against the machine. Clones, doubles, off-planet colonies for the guilty. No escape. Yeah, the truth is going to shock people because we're dealing with aliens and trafficking off-planet. I mean, it goes deep if you follow those rabbit holes. What we think we know as of Saturday, February 28, 2026. Friday, February 27. One of President Trump's top immigration officials has revealed a key piece of strategy as the administration continues its work towards reducing illegal alien presence in the U.S. Darren Margolin, director of the Executive Office for Immigration Review, who estimates illegals present in the U.S. to be 25 to 30 million, has shared that the administration will focus on improved efficiency in immigration courts as a way to facilitate future deportations. Friday, February 27th, the owner of Smartmatic electronic voting machines is a board member of George Soros's Open Society Foundation. Big surprise there. It has been proven that Smartmatic voting machines were designed to be controlled by foreign entities and could and did change votes at will. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Friday, February 27th, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem just exposed the deep state nightmare on live TV, saying Elon Musk personally helped her uncover spying software embedded on her phones. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Friday, February 27th, Epstein files expose 69-page DEA memo detailing a 2010 to 2015 probe into wire transfers tied to drugs and prostitution in the U.S. Virgin Islands and New York. It tracked around 50 million in suspicious transfers to France, Switzerland, the Cayman Islands, and New York, naming 14 redacted associates. The memo uncovers additional Epstein probes with ICE cases in West Palm Beach, Paris, and Las Vegas, plus an FBI investigation from 2006 to 2015. Southern District New York prosecutors who arrested Epstein in 2019 were allegedly unaware of this DEA investigation. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. Friday, February 27th, it has been found that the pineal gland was completely destroyed. Friday, February 27th, boom. Fake news lied. Trump and Kennedy never retreated. Target forced to ban artificial dyes from all cereals by May 2026. War on toxins. Friday, February 27th, South Carolina, H4624. The Clean Air Act explosion. Climate engineering evidence report. Dane Wigington exposes global atmospheric poisoning. Friday, February 27th. Military intel. Massive Trump armada surrounds Iran. U.S. orders non-essential staff out of Israel. Naval deployment. Strategic bases, and Trump's clock is ticking. Friday, February 27th. Breaking. New warning from Edward Snowden. His chilling prediction is unfolding in real time, and the West is next. Government fraud. Friday, February 27th, 2026. Senator Eric Schmidt just dropped the hammer. Criminal prosecutions are coming for the massive fraudsters, and we are talking potentially $1 trillion stolen every year. Minnesota, I think that's the tip of the iceberg, could be $1 trillion a year of fraud. That's happening in this country. Just left a confirmation hearing for the lawyers, for the lawyer that's going to be in charge of prosecuting all of this fraud that we've seen. Schmidt's fired up for the hardworking American. I just think of the guy that's working his tail off, swinging the hammer, driving the truck. He deserves better than that. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Friday, February 27th. Joe Biden's senior climate policy advisor directed $5 billion taxpayer dollars to an NGO that she worked at. She previously worked for them, so she sent money to the organization, $5 billion. Is that not blatant corruption? This wasn't the only time this happened. Congressman Eric Burleson. Democrats gave grants to their friends and NGOs that they used to work for, and gives more examples. $5 billion is very difficult to spend. $5 billion is an absurd amount of money. Cue the storm rider. Friday, February 27th, breaking. Ilhan Omar is done. The rats are scattering, and most of them are begging reporters to hear their stories. Whistleblowers now confirm her campaign funneled a massive amount of money to her husband's firm, while Somali-linked networks in Minneapolis, fraud schemes in history. Hundreds of millions stolen. She knew, she benefited, she covered for them. This isn't community outreach. This is corruption on steroids. Return of Q on Telegram. Election fraud. Friday, February 27th. Election data analysis finds over 432,000 votes were removed from President Donald Trump across at least 15 counties. 12,000 votes were directly swapped from Trump to Biden in Bibb County, Georgia. 30,000 votes were removed from Trump in Georgia. Trump votes were algorithmically decreased. Election data showed Trump's votes decreasing at multiple time points, which is abnormal since vote counts typically only increase unless there's an error. Data patterns discovered that were impossible, like sudden massive spikes and then a return to normal. More than 400,000 errors identified in Pennsylvania alone. Friday, February 27th, Obama's secret stay-behind army. It's time to purge and shatter the deep state into a million pieces. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. In 1979, under President Carter, the Senior Executive Services, SES, was created as a nonpartisan corps of career managers to implement federal policy equivalent to general officers in the military. During Obama's first term, 2009 to 2013, a gradual purge of patriots began across government agencies, including intelligence and military, transforming the SES into a tool for political control. In 2012, amid the Benghazi attack, Obama fired key military leaders like General Carter Ham, U.S. Africa Command, and Rear Admiral Chuck Guet for defying stand-down orders, part of a broader military purge that removed 9 senior generals, 2 nuclear commanders, and 197 high-ranking officers. By December 15, 2015, 6 months after Trump announced his candidacy and rose in polls, Obama signed an executive order making SES members nearly impossible to fire, accelerating the replacement of over 6,000 to 8,000 SES positions, with loyalists committed to his Transformation of America agenda. By the end of Obama's second term in 2016, These embeds saturated agencies, e.g. 821 in Justice, 639 in Homeland Security, 478 in Defense, forming a stay-behind army to sabotage Trump. This network fueled the 2016-2020 insurance policy against Trump, including Russiagate, Mueller probe, and impeachments, orchestrated from Obama's shadow ops in D.C. Exposure is key. Trump's Hunter era is dismantling it. Friday, February 27th, Obama knew the Russia collusion narrative was false and that Trump was innocent because they were the ones that engineered the coup themselves. They spied and set him up to not just subvert President Trump, but to run a coup and undermine the United States of America itself in order to cover up their decades of crimes and corruption and maintain control over the people to continue their reign of tyranny and destruction of America. All roads lead to Obama. Epstein Files. Friday, February 27th, Marilyn Monroe was mentioned in the Epstein Files, and she died in 1962. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. The island didn't just start with Epstein in 1998. It goes back, way, way back to medieval times. And Epstein was not the first. And his island is not the only island. He is the fall guy. And they are giving us a glimpse of just the tip of the iceberg. Marilyn Monroe, Norma Jean DiMaggio, United States of America, Department of Defense, Washington, D.C., Non-Combatants Certificate of Identity, February 8, 1954, property of U.S. government, card, serial number 129278, issuing office, OPM, CT Military Service, U.S. Army. Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Trump sees future with zero income tax as corrupt politicians, money laundering, fraud exposed, and tariffs worked, and the Federal Reserve was found to be a giant hedge fund. Obama under federal investigation after Epstein Files release. As 10 days of worldwide darkness approached, stay vigilant, stock up, have cash on hand. Trust the plan, pray, God always wins. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of this earth, and you've seen nothing yet. This is the golden age of America. President Donald Trump's State of the Union Address, Tuesday, February 24th, 2026. And here's the message. Hello, Judy. The situation is extremely dangerous at the moment. I can't leave my home anymore, other than take Gabrielle to and from school and going to the supermarket. Last Monday, there was another kidnap attempt at the supermarket parking lot. I'm in such a stressful and dangerous situation. I ask you to please publish and relay to your contacts in other media outlets for publishing the below article as soon as possible, with an update of my situation, request for help, and offering of doing any online administrative work in any of the 4 languages I speak. Maybe someone benevolent that has funds will hear my call and give me some online work so I can provide for my son and keep us safe until the RV is here. Thank you from my heart, Anna. Update on the mom and son in Belgium, surviving on God's grace. It's been 6 grueling years since I first found out about the ritual abuse my son's father was perpetrating on my son. I separated from the father when my son was 1.5 years old. He's 12 now. My life became a living nightmare from that moment. At the time, I had no idea how large and powerful. Beware scammers, especially on Telegram, where they still have numerous accounts under my name and picture that I've never set up nor reported on. They quote me on things I have never said nor written. Evidently, people have written me there on a chat, but they do not give me access to the chat, so I have no idea what the readers are told. I'm sure many of the accounts there suffer the same problem. Although Telegram is a great place for information, you have to discern what is right or wrong, especially when they ask for money for products or to set up wallets on the new financial system. It is my understanding that you have to set up your wallet on the new financial system in person at an official redemption center, and that setup is free. "10 Days of Darkness." Starting Saturday, February 28th, a 48-hour blackout would begin for a Jassara wealth drop, while Project Odin 10 to 12-day blackout and martial law was set to begin Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, and last until Tuesday, March 10th, along with activation of the Emergency Alert System, EBS, and the Emergency Broadcast System, the Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. Thursday, February 26, 2026, 48-hour blackout for Jassara GCR Wealth Redistribution Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. White Hats confirm rolling blackouts hitting LA, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, Philadelphia, Seattle as phase 1 of global transition. EBS activation sequence advancing. 10 Days of Darkness locked, Tuesday, March 3rd to Tuesday, March 10th, 2026 window firm. 8-hour documentaries in 77 languages incoming. US Inc. exposed as a private corporation. FEMA crimes, chemtrails, DARPA operation. MedBed's rollout timeline with public access. Sunday, March 15th, prioritizing veterans and trafficking survivors. Thursday, February 26th, Checkmate, the Black Swan event, financial collapse, blackout, and radical reset, Ezra Cohn on Telegram. A looming Black Swan event could trigger a massive financial collapse, wiping out the stock market, Bitcoin, and cryptocurrencies alike. The fallout may extend beyond finance, disrupting critical infrastructure, even the power grid. As panic spreads, the emergency broadcast system could signal a dramatic turning point, marking the end of the old financial order and the beginning of a new era. Financial collapse on the horizon. This would not be a normal correction. With soaring debt, heavy central bank intervention, and fragile markets, the system stands on unstable ground. If it unravels, both traditional markets and digital assets could crash simultaneously, shaking global economies and confidence worldwide. The ripple effects could disrupt trade, banking, and daily life. A global blackout and system reset in this scenario, infrastructure failures could lead to widespread blackouts, symbolizing the collapse of outdated systems. Supporters of this theory believe the crisis would clear the way for a total reset, not just financially, but energetically. The new era, following the chaos, a transformation could emerge, shifting from conventional energy systems toward advanced technologies, such as quantum-based power concepts. Proponents claim this reset would reshape global power structures and economic systems.
Talked to you many times about the banking collapse, and yesterday we saw one of the largest banks in China, Yangtze Bank, collapsed, and it's gone bankrupt. And it's caused a massive problem. And this will be the trigger that fires off lots and lots of other banks. When these sort of banks go bankrupt at that level, you suddenly realize that nobody is safe. This is a bank that is far bigger than the Bank of England. This is far bigger than the European Central Bank. There's going to be some big things happening over the next few days. I've warned you about it for a long time, and I've tried to give you plenty of notice, because I've always said I'd rather be a few years early than one day late.
Thursday, February 26th, the final stage. Debt forgiveness has begun. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Illegitimate loans, mortgages, and credit card debts are being erased. The banks never had real money. They trapped the people with fraudulent debt. The Federal Reserve's final days. Federal Reserve is being dismantled and absorbed into the U.S. Treasury under Trump's direct control. The private banking cartel that is